Hello, everybody. Hi, this is me, and we're gonna work on profit and loss. Okay, so profit and loss is a very vital chapter for this examination, and for any particular examination which comes up, any competitive exam, you would definitely find questions from profit and loss because they are again this chapter is again a very foundational chapter, and once you learn about it, you will be really happy to know that you can solve at least 3 to 4 questions. You can solve at least 3 to 4 questions in every exam once you're able to solve once you're able to learn profit and loss properly. Okay, so what I'll be doing is I'll be setting the ground pretty straight, and I'll be laying down a very strong foundation. I'll help you lay down a very strong foundation, but I'll definitely be providing you with bricks and mortar and whatever is required, and you just have to be the labor. Okay, you just have to be the labor who works. I'll be providing with all the material, and after going through this entire video we have around 31 odd concepts, and out of those concepts we'll be doing 2 or 3 questions each. And once we are done with the questions, you may go through the video one more time, and then you may pick up any material. You may pick up our app, you may pick up our website, you may have our book, and you may work on that. Okay, so once you work there, and then you'll be able to realize of how quickly we were able to go through, and how well you've understood, and how limited knowledge, how the concepts of limited knowledge, you'll be able to with those concepts you'll be able to solve all the questions pretty well. Okay, so let me set the ground pretty straight by explaining you a little bit about profit and loss. Okay, so in this particular chapter, what I want you to do is to be the shopkeeper. Is to be the shopkeeper. So what does a shopkeeper do? Shopkeeper buys goods for himself or for the shop that he owns. Then he sells the goods to people. Then he makes profit on it. Then he also sometimes incurs a loss on it. Sometimes he marks up he marks up the price of whatever he's selling, and sometimes he offers discounts. Okay, a shopkeeper can be a male or a female. Okay, so with respect for everybody, for both the genders, and so he buys it, he sells it, he earns a profit on it, he goes he goes down a loss, and he loses money on it, he marks up the item, and he also provides you some or the other kind of discount. So I'll help you understand this, that where does he buy it from? Okay, or to whom does he sell? He buys the items from a wholesaler. Who is a wholesaler? A wholesaler is a shopkeeper at a higher scale. Okay, a shopkeeper with a bigger magnitude of, or a bigger capital. Okay, like the economies of scale, or the shopkeeper of a higher scale. So what does that bigger shopkeeper or the wholesaler do? The wholesaler is directly connected to the producer, or to the manufacturer. Okay, or to a distributor. I know I might be sounding somebody who isn't teaching maths, but trust me, this is really, really worth it. Okay, so the wholesaler might be connected directly to the manufacturer, or the wholesaler might be connected directly to the distributor. Okay, distributor is again somebody who has a higher quantity as compared to the wholesaler, and then the manufacturer. Okay, so why does a shopkeeper not buy things from his fellow shopkeepers, but goes to a higher level, to a level who has more goods? And the reason is that he would find the goods to be cheap. Okay, the lesser cost he is investing, and the more money he is getting, the different the getting by when I say getting, I mean by selling the products. So the difference between the selling and the buying from the shop, from the manufacturer, and the selling to the retailer or selling to the customer, the difference is equal to the profit that he's making. Okay, it equals to the profit that he's making. And if you are the shopkeeper, you would love to maximize your profit. You would love to maximize profit, and you would love to minimize losses. Okay, maximize the profit and minimize the loss. Okay, maximize the profit and minimize the loss. Now you have bought certain items and you've gotten them home, or you've gotten them directly to the shop. Now you wish to sell the items. Let's assume you bought the item for 100 rupees. Okay, you bought the item for 100 rupees, and now you're selling the item for 150 rupees. Okay, so 150 rupees is a good margin to sell. Okay, when I talk about margin, margin is also equal to the profit. Okay, margin is also equal to the profit. Who would you sell it to? You would be selling it to customers, and the customer would pay you would pay you 150 rupees for this, 150 rupees for this. Now, talking about the profit, what does profit actually mean? With all the hard work and the toil and the traveling that you had to do to move from your home and visit the wholesaler's shop and request him to give you a certain quantity at a certain price which is profitable to you, you've done all the work. Now you need the reward for this. So profit is nothing but a reward that you're earning. And accordingly here, according to the concept that I am talking about, accordingly here, the reward is equal to the selling minus buying. The selling minus buying. And the selling minus buying here would be 150 minus 100, which equals 50 rupees. Which equals 50 rupees. Now coming down to loss. Loss is nothing but a small punishment. And the punishment is not of a very large scale. It is just a financial punishment. Okay, nobody's putting you behind bars. Your maybe some of your family members might feel that you should have gotten more money, but due to any reason, okay, due to any, let's assume, natural calamity or wastage or rotting, you had to bear a loss. So what happens is the buying, sometimes it's not always the case, the buying sometimes is more expensive as compared to the selling. In this case, fix if we put our values in the equation which I've done above, you will be seeing that the selling minus buying would be negative, or I being the shopkeeper would be incurring a loss. Okay, let's assume here I'm writing 50 rupees as profit. Let's assume this is the rupee sign. Okay, do not mistake it for anything else. I'll just be writing RS or without the rupee as well. So let's assume that instead of selling it for 150, he sold it for 70 rupees. Okay, he sold it for 70 rupees. Now the buying was of 100, as we've already talked about, but the selling was of lower. So there is a gap of 30 rupees that can be seen. And this gap is nothing but a small punishment that he had to take up. And the punishment is nothing but a loss. It is nothing but a loss. So, what is the loss? The loss is 30 rupees. Okay, and 70 rupees is the selling. I'm not introducing you to directly to those concepts of selling price and cost price and margin and markup and discounts and even percentages, because I want you to first be a shopkeeper and realize how you play with the numbers first, the raw numbers or the raw coins or the currency first. Then we will move to percentages. When we move towards percentages, we just need to have a strong foundation, and the strong foundation would be coming from cost price. We'll be keeping it in the denominator most of the times, and we just need to calculate simple percentages. Everything in the terms of 100 is going to be the answer in terms of percentage, so you need not worry. Now there is something called markup. What is markup? Markup is basically an attraction point. An attraction point of higher profit. It is a attraction point of higher profit. So what I'm talking about, you'll be able to understand. He was previously selling the items for 150. Now he says that I feel that write, I can write the sticker. So basically, this is the sticker. This is the sticker that's there. The sticker should be of 200 rupees. Okay. The sticker should be of 200 rupees. And it is very attractive to him because he feels if somebody would come, they would buy the good for 200 rupees. And previously, I was earning already a margin of 50 rupees. The profit here was already 50 rupees. But when I mark it as 200, the profit would come to 100 rupees. This is again a very big profit that he's earning from one particular commodity. But but he, being a shopkeeper, he is attracting he's being attracted to the concept of marking up his profits. But he's also attracted to he also wants to customer attract the customer. So what does the customer do? The customer would come and he would seek a discount. Seek a discount. Or if he wants to attract more customers, he would predetermine the discount. Okay, give a discount. If the discount on 200 rupees is equal to 50 rupees, this is the discount, and 200 rupees is the selling price, then the final price, or this 200 rupees is not the selling price, it's the marked price. Then the marked minus discount would give me 150, and 150 is something that the customer would give me to buy the commodity. So 150 is the selling price. 150 is the selling price. Okay, I hope you can understand what I'm talking about. I hope you can understand what I'm talking about. So this is the entire concept. Okay, when I talk about buying, it is cost price, being the shopkeeper. Okay, when I'm talking about buying, it is cost price. When I talk about selling, it is selling price. When I talk about profit, it is basically the reward. When I talk about the loss, it is the punishment. When I talk about markup, it is basically the mark price, which is the new sticker which I would apply to each and every item. And it would be very attractive to me to sell things at the mark price, but the mark price are given only in order to give a little bit of discount. Okay, so higher price versus giving a discount attracts more people. So the discount is equal to something which needs to be separated from the market price to achieve an area, to achieve a price at which I will be selling my goods. Okay, so this part is entire theory, and this will give you the proper the proper idea of where we are going. Okay, coming back to the first slide where we were talking about the basics. Okay, I've already said that 3 or 4 questions are definitely expected. So the purchasing cost of goods is basically known as cost price. We've already talked about this. The additional expenses which are made while buying or before selling it are called overhead charges. We have not spoken a lot about overhead charges. So what basically happens is, if you want to beautify something, let's assume you bought a bicycle, okay, and it was a bicycle which was used. You bought it for 100 rupees. Now you want to sell it at a higher price, but the condition in which you got the bicycle was pretty bad. So you still spent around 20 or 30 rupees in order to repair the bicycle. Now once the bicycle has been repaired, now it is ready to be sold. Now you would not be selling the bicycle at 120. Why? Because it is basically cut to cut. Okay, you are not achieving anything, so you would deliberately want to sell it at a higher price. And what is that higher price? It may be 150, 160, 170, whatever. Okay, so overhead charges are those 20 rupees which you spent on cleaning the bike, getting it repaired, getting a new chain, getting a new seat, and whatever. Okay, so we're talking in proportionate terms, and we won't be getting anything out of 20 rupees. Okay, we won't be getting a lot of things out of 20 rupees. So that's what I want you to understand. Overhead charges are the extra expenses which you pay in order to make your good more sellable, okay, or for any repairs. Got it? So those are the overhead charges, and all the overhead charges are included in the cost price. This is a very vital point. Okay, they are included in the cost price before selling it. Moving on, the selling price of goods uh, is after is donated. The selling price is donated by SP, and the cost price is donated by CP. Whenever the selling price is greater than the cost price, whenever the selling price is greater than the cost price, then we are dealing with profit. And every time the cost price is greater than the selling price, then we are incurring a loss. Okay, we are incurring a loss. Always remember this. Okay, so then if we talk about profit percentages and loss percentages, then let's assume you don't have to remember each and every formula. I'll just write one formula and it will help you understand. When SP is minus CP upon CP multiplied by 100, so this particular thing is nothing but profit. So this is equal to profit percentage. Simple. This formula SP minus CP can be replaced by CP minus SP in those cases where losses are incurred. Okay, so the same thing would give me loss percentage as well when CP minus SP is the condition. When I say CP, it means I bought something, it was more expensive than I could sell it for. Okay, it was more expensive than I could sell it for. So that is the case when loss happens. Okay, the same thing. Each and everything we will keep the foundation to be the cost price. Okay, all the calculations are done from cost price. Cost price is usually found in the denominator only in most of the formulas. Okay, I believe you are strong enough to solve a few questions with me, and we will be moving. We will be spearheading directly towards the questions. You'll be seeing concepts coming in, you will be seeing me explain a few formulas, and then we'll be moving directly to the questions. Okay, this was the first slide. Okay, it's basically one step ahead of the main slide. Okay, this is the first slide, this is the second slide, and now we're going to the third slide. First, we're going to solve this really cool example. Sohan bought a second-hand refrigerator for 2500 rupees, and he spent 500 rupees for its repairs. And ultimately, he sold the repaired refrigerator, for 3300 rupees. Tell me if he has lost or he has gained anything, and tell the percentage of it. Okay, so firstly, I'll talk about the cost price. The cost price here is 2500 rupees. Okay, now talking about repairs. Okay, repairs. Now the repairs amount to 500 rupees. Now I wish to talk about the real cost price. I wish to talk about the real cost price. The real cost price that we're talking about here is the total money that Sohan invested to get the second hand bike and he made it ready to sell. That was 2500 plus 500, which is equal to 3000 rupees. Okay, now this 3000 rupees becomes the new CP, becomes the new selling price. Coming down on the other side, when it was his opportunity to sell it, he sold it for 3300 rupees. Okay, he sold it for 3300 rupees and this became his selling price. The question wants us to check the profit or the loss percentage. In this question, the SP is greater than the CP. Okay, so the case is of profit. The SP minus CP upon CP multiplied by 100 would give me the profit percentage. So 3300 minus 3000 whole divided by 3000 into 100. You will solve it. You will get to know that it is 300 rupees of profit and the profit was against 3000 rupees. And here we go. These are two zeros. Okay. After calculations, this value would come out to be 10%. And this is our final answer. Okay, I hope you've understood it. This is the most basic and the best question that you would find to clear your concepts of what selling price is, what cost price is, what profit is, and what overhead charges are. Okay, overhead charges are always added to the cost price to achieve the real cost price. Okay, moving on. A shopkeeper purchased 200 bulbs for 10 rupees each. However, 100 bulbs were fused and had to be thrown away. The remaining was sold for 12 rupees each. Find the gain or loss percentage. I would recommend that uh, there might be people here in this particular classroom who might know better ways to solve this question, but I will be giving you the best way to solve this question. Do not, I'm giving you a warning, do not use quantity, quantity over cost or money. I could easily take you through the 200 thing and then talking about the 195 thing, and then you will get confused. What you must do is you must talk about cost or the money, or you can directly talk about the investment. Got it? You must talk about the investment. Reason being, the investment is where it is easier to calculate the profit or the loss. The investment, I'll repeat, the investment is the place where it is easier to calculate profit and loss. So it will be much, much better if you can check of how much money he put in, how much money he got out, and then subtract it and then put the cost price in the denominator and zoom, you're done. Okay. So a shopkeeper purchased 200 bulbs for 10 rupees each. So if 200 were the number of bulbs and 10 rupees was the quantity which was spent, so 200 into 10, 200 into 10, it comes down to 2000 rupees. It comes down to 2000 rupees. 5 bulbs were fused and they had to be thrown away. The remaining were sold at 12 rupees each. Okay, the remaining were sold at 12 rupees each. Now coming down to this, 12 rupees each. Just a second. What is the number of bulbs? This is the total investment that he put in. Now we are now talking about selling. This total investment is also equal to the cost price. This is also equal to the cost price, the amount of money that he put to achieve or to attain whatever he wanted. Like he wanted to purchase bulbs, so he put 2000 rupees in it. Now, when I'm talking about selling, the new total number of bulbs is not 200, but it is 195. Okay, the new total number of bulbs is not 200 but 195, and multiplied by 12 rupees each. Multiplied by 12 rupees each. This is the new new selling price, or the selling price which they were sold at. But you don't have to get confused with the quantity. You have to focus only on the money which was invested. So now 195 would be multiplied by 12. If it were 200, I'll just tell you a very quick, beautiful technique. If it were 200 multiplied by 12, the answer would have been 2400. But 5 are less, so 5 multiplied by 12 is 60. So 2400 minus 60 would give you 2340 rupees. This is the selling price. This is the selling price. This is the total money he got back when he had sold all the quantity, all the number of bulbs was sold. Okay. So the difference between 2000 and 300 would be our profit. 2000 and 2340 would be our profit. I think this is pretty basic and this is pretty much doable. 340 rupees is our profit, and this profit was made over an investment of 2000 rupees multiplied by 100, and this would give me the profit percentage. Okay, the two zeros, the three zeros are gone, 1, 2 and 3, and 2 multiplied 34 by 2 is 17%. So the answer here is 17%. I hope you're able to understand what I'm talking about, and this is the most solid thing that you need to know in order to learn. Okay, this is good learning that is going on here. Coming down to the first concept, the selling price and the cost price is given. Now we're gonna pick up a little momentum. Okay, we're gonna get up. We are now ready. We are now good, and we can easily solve all the questions that are coming our way. Okay, the selling price and the cost price is given, and the profit percentage needs to be found out. Quickly do it in your minds. Okay, what is profit percentage? You may also close your eyes and know. When I'm talking about profit, my selling price is higher as compared to my cost price. My selling price is higher as compared to my cost price. So I will be gaining money. I will be getting more money home. Selling price minus cost price would be my profit. So the profit divided by cost price multiplied by 100 is equal to the profit percentage. Okay. This is a very good question here. Ram makes a profit of 30% by selling an article. Okay. What would be the profit percent if it were calculated on the selling price instead of the cost price? If I talk about profit percentage is always calculated on cost price. Okay, so this is equal to profit percentage. But if the question demands that I need to do profit divided by CP multiplied by 100, it would come as profit percentage on selling price. It would come as profit percentage on selling price. Whenever we are stuck in questions, where no values are given, so we always have to rely on 100. Okay, let us assume the cost price to be 100 rupees. Okay, let's assume the cost price to be 100 rupees. Now it is talking about making a profit of 30%. So when profit is made, it is made on cost price. So 30% of 100 is equal to 30 rupees. 30 rupees is the profit. The selling price is equal to cost price plus profit. The cost price that we have here is 100 rupees plus the profit that we have here is 30 rupees. So the answer is 130 rupees. This is our selling price. Now, as the question has demanded, and I've already put a star mark over here, I will be using the same equation over here. The profit that we're talking about is 30 rupees divided by 130 multiplied by 100. This is my profit percentage when it is calculated over cost over selling price. So 3 by 13 multiplied by 100. As I've already talked about this, that 1 upon 13, if you would have missed my percentages lecture, you might not know. So the answer here is 7.69% when we talk about 13, 1 by 13. But here we want 3 by 13. So what we would do is we would multiply 3 with 7.69 and it is equal to 3 9s are 27, 3 6 are 18, 20, 0 2, 3 7s are 21. The answer is 23.07%. Okay, easy peasy, pretty clear. If you have any doubt, please put in your comments and we'll definitely get back to you. Okay, please put in your comments. We will definitely get back to you. Moving on, the cost of 12 apples and 15 oranges is 660. What is the cost? The cost of 15 apples and 21 oranges is rupees 870. Find the cost of one apple. Okay, find the cost of one apple. This is a basic linear equation question and I will help you solve it with a good method. Okay, the cost of 12 apples plus 15 oranges. Okay, I am writing oranges apples as apples would be denoted by A and oranges would be denoted by G. Why are we denoting oranges as G? The only reason to denote oranges as G is if I'll write O, I would confuse it. I would confuse myself to considering it to be 0, not O. Okay, so 15 oranges means 15G is equal to 660 rupees. The cost of 15 apples and 21 oranges, the cost of 15 apples plus 21 oranges is equal to 870. Okay, so now they want me to find the cost of one apple. They want me to find out the cost of one apple. What I'd be doing is in the first equation, let's assume this is equation alpha and this is equation beta. In equation alpha, I would divide by 3 and equation beta also I would divide by 3. Now, if I divide the first equation by 3, 4a plus 5g is equal to 220. 220. And if I divide it by this, 5a plus 7g is equal to 3 2s are 6, 3 9s are 27. I just need to eliminate the g from this. Okay, so I'll be multiplying the first equation by 7 and this equation by 5. So 25a, because the 7g would turn out to be 35g and the 5g would also turn out to be 35g. So what I'll be doing is I'll be quickly coming down to the calculations. Okay, 28a and 7a and 7 2s are 14 and 1540 and 5 300 is 1500 minus 50. 1500 minus 50 is 1450. This is the difference that we need to calculate. Now in this particular question, 3a equals 90. So the value of a is equal to 90 divided by 3, which is equal to 30 rupees. which is equal to 30 rupees. So this is the way to solve it. Okay, this is nothing but a linear equation type of equation which you need to solve. Okay, moving on. A cot was marked for 15,000 but sold for 13,500. What is the discount percentage offered on it? Okay, I have already talked about this. The MP is the mark price. The mark price is 15,000. 15,000 is nothing but the sticker price. The sticker price, which is mentioned when the man or the woman asked for a discount, the final price at which it was sold was 13,500 rupees, and this is a negotiated price. It is a negotiated price. So the difference comes out to be 1,500 rupees, and this is equal to the discount. This is the discount in terms of currency, discount in terms of cash. I need to find out the discount percentage. As the discount percentage is given, discounts, I'll just write it down. Discounts are given on mark price. So the discount percentage would also be calculated on mark price. So 1,500 divided by 15,000 multiplied by 100, this gives you 10%. So 10% is the discount that was offered on the mark price of 15,000 rupees. Okay, moving on. A watch is purchased for 3,200 rupees and it is sold for 2,700 rupees. Calculate the percentage loss up to two places of decimal. Okay, so the cost price of the shopkeeper is 3,200 rupees. I hope you're following me. Okay, all eyes on the screen. And it was sold for 2,700 rupees. So the difference or the loss over here is of 500. Calculate the percentage loss. Now the loss shall be calculated on CP and it shall be multiplied by 100 to bring in the percentage. So 500 is the loss. The cost price is 3,200 rupees multiplied by 100, and this is going to bring us to the final answer. Okay, so this is basically 32 divided 500 divided by 32. Shall we take it by 4? So yes, the answer is 125 divided by 8. Okay, yeah, 4 4 is a 4, yeah, 4 when 25 125, this is good. Okay, 125 by 8. 8 ones are 8, 45. 8 fives are 40. Point. Now we're talking about 5. Okay, 15625% is the correct answer. Okay, so A is the correct answer. Moving on. If in a transaction when the profit is incurred given in percentage, okay, this is the concept we're talking about. Okay, let me take you back to the second concept first. Let me just check. The first concept we've talked about, simple profit and loss is given and you need to calculate the cost price and the selling price is given, you need to calculate profit. Okay, in the second concept we learned how to calculate loss. There is not much of a difference to calculate the loss or the discount percentage over here. Okay, this was the loss question. Then moving on to concept number 3. Concept number 3 talks about the profit percentage is given and you need to find out the cost price. Okay, so just listen up. Okay, the cost price would be equal to the selling price in a situation when there is no profit and no loss. Okay, in a situation when there is no profit and no loss. Coming down to this point, when I say if the cost price is 100%, the selling price is also 100%. Okay, but if if there is a profit margin, then the denominator of the SP, the denominator, listen up, the SP is increasing. The SP is increasing because of profit. Because of profit, the selling price is increasing. So to simmer down the effect of increasing profit, I need to have a denominator which is also getting bigger. So yeah, we are talking about the concept number 3 in profit and loss section, and the concept what we are talking about here stands for a very particular thing. Okay, if in a transaction, if profit is incurred and the SP is given, then the CP is calculated through this equation. Okay, so just look at what I'm trying to do here. I have the cost price which is 100% of itself, and I also have a selling price which is 100% of itself. Let us assume that the shopkeeper doesn't want to have any profit. He just wants to sell off the items as at the same price as he bought it for from the wholesaler. So what he's going to do here is he's going to have 100% of the CP, which should be equal to, and if it is equal to the SP should also be 100% of itself. So if both of them are equal, then there is no profit or no loss. Okay, no profit, no loss, and it is a neutral situation when there is no profit coming to the shopkeeper. But that is just an ideal situation that the shopkeeper is selling you the products for the same price as he's getting. Okay, a very, very ideal situation. The practical situation is that the selling price should be higher as compared to the cost price in order for the shopkeeper to exist. Okay, in order to make the shopkeeper live a life where he can earn profit, the selling price must be higher than the cost price. So here, what I'm trying to do here is the SP is higher than the cost price. And the reason and the difference between the SP and the CP is profit. So when the SP captures profit in it, so the equation is turning towards the selling price. When I say the equation is turning towards the selling price, what I mean to say is that the selling price is getting higher, and this equal to symbol is changing itself into a greater than symbol. Okay, the equal to symbol is changing itself into a greater than symbol. So what we need to understand over here is I need to make an equation, so I need to have equality in both of them. I cannot stop the selling price to go higher than the cost price because the profit is inevitable and the profit must be made. So what can be done here to equate both the things is to tinker with the denominator. The denominator was 100% when the selling price and the cost price were same. But now the selling price has gone up. The selling price has gone higher. So if I keep the denominator same, the whole equation will tilt towards the SP. Okay, the entire equation will tilt towards the SP. I want the equation to remain balanced. To make and to ensure the equation remains balanced, I have to talk about the denominator over here. The denominator, if I shrink the denominator, then the equation between the SP and the denominator would inflate. Okay, if I shrink the denominator, the SP situation would expand itself by showing a bigger side of it. Okay, but if I contract, if I compress the denominator, but if I expand the denominator, then the already expanded SP due to profit shall simmer down. Okay, shall simmer down. It shall simmer down. It shall simmer down. So a higher denominator shall simmer down the effect of the profit which is coming in through the SP. Now I'll give you a very small example over here only. Here 100 rupees was the selling price, and I introduce a factor of 2 over here in the denominator. So the output which comes out is, it is 50. If there is a profit margin, if there is a profit margin of 10 rupees, of 10 rupees, it becomes 110. And talking about 2 over here, if I let it remain and I don't change it, then the final output shall be reflecting, the final output shall be reflecting the SP which was gained, and it was a, and the final profit and the final output shall show how the profit is still coming out. I want the profit to remain hidden because I want the SP to come in terms with the CP. So what I'll do here is I will introduce 110, and I would increase the bottom size, or I would increase the denominator size from 2 to 2.2. Now if I start cancelling it, 2 11s are, and another 0 over here, and 2 550s are, 11 ones are, 11 fives are. So the answer is 50. I am back to my same equation provided that I increased the denominator in correspondence to the numerator. Okay, so the result which comes out is that the CP upon 100 is equal to SP upon 100 plus profit, and this stands true only in the case of profit, only in the case of profit. Okay, moving on. The selling price of a mobile is 59,620, and it was sold at 8.4% of profit. What is the cost price of the mobile phone? The cost price of the cell phone needs to be found out. We have just gathered this result from the previous slide, that CP upon 100 is equal to SP upon 100 plus profit. And this is possible only and only if there is a situation of profit. Okay, we already have a situation of profit, and the profit stands at 8.4%. The profit stands at 8.4%. So I will do nothing. I'll just plug in the values. CP upon 100 is equal to the SP divided by 108.4. I'll just do it again for you. 59620 divided by 108.4. Okay, I'll multiply a 10 with it by removing this decimal, then fighting it off with 4. 4 2s are 8, 4 7s are 28, 4 1s are 4, 4 1s are 4, 4 4s are 16, 4 9s are 36, 4 5s are 20, 4 zeros are 0, and 4 5s are 20. Okay, 27 ones are, 27 fives are would bring us somewhere around 135, right? 5 ones are 5, and 35 1355, and the remaining would also be cut off with 5, so 55. And this particular thing, the CP upon 100 is getting money from this side as well, so the output would come out as this should be 55, the output should come out as 55,000 rupees. Okay, this is simple basic math, and you may do it on your own as well. Do not skip the video, just sit, pause the video, and do the question yourself. Okay, moving on to the next part. This is the same thing which we've talked about before, that the CP is equal to SP, and if CP is 100% and there is a situation of profit, then the profit percentage needs to be added to 100 and put below the denominator, put in the denominator of the SP. So it is doing nothing, it is taking away this 100 plus P from here and putting it next to the cost price. Okay, this is a way to find out the selling price. I'll help you through the question. Shubham bought a book from Misho at 500 rupees. Misho also charged an additional 25 rupees for packaging and 50 rupees for delivering the book. For what amount should Shubham sell his book to make a profit of 16%? To make a profit of 16%. Okay. So, first of all, I need to decide. I need to come down at a cost price that Shubham is paying. I need to come down at a cost price that Shubham is paying. Cost price means the money he is paying to Misho, CP paid to Misho to get the book. Okay, so he paid 500 rupees as the cost of the book, 50 rupees as delivery charges, and 25 rupees for packaging charges. So this is the actual cost price that we've come down to 575. Okay, so I'll again plug in the values in the same equation which I have used in the previous and the one behind the previous slide. The profit here, what we're talking about is 16%. If you're talking about a 16% profit, 100 shall be added to it. 100 plus 16 is 116%. 116%. Then we'll be solving the question. The question says the CP, which is 575, it would be divided by 100, and the SP, which we need to find out, and another 100 plus P, which is equal to 116. Okay, it's equal to 116. 4 25s are 4 2s are 8, 4 9s are 36. 25 1s are 25, 2s are 50, 25 3s are 75. So 23 multiplied by 29. This would give us our answer, and we have already solved it over here on the right, but I will give you a shorter method to solve it. If 23 is multiplied by 29, so we are assuming that there was a question where 23 was multiplied by 30. So if I multiply 23 by 30, my answer would be 690. Okay, and I have to reduce 123 from the equation. 123, like one value of 23 needs to be reduced from the equation of 690. So the answer would come out to be 667. So 667 here is the selling price of the product if Shubham wants to sell it at a profit of 16%, provided that we know what the actual CP is. Okay, moving on. Now, the situation which we have already talked about was the situation of the cost price and the selling price being the same. If the selling price is increasing due to profit, due to profit, if the selling price is increasing due to profit, then the denominator below the selling price is supposed to have 100 plus P in terms of percentages added to it in order to balance the equation. Similarly, let's assume that there is a situation, there is a punishment situation, and a loss is taking place. So now the value of selling price is going to diminish. Okay, the value of selling price is going to diminish. As the value is going to go down, we have to take care of the 100 which is there in the denominator, because the both hundreds are following a sort of a proportion in percentages. So if the SP is going down, then I would have to make sure that 100 which comes under 100 which comes under the SP should also go down. In order to maintain the sanctity of the equation, the SP, the 100 which is coming under the SP also needs to go down in order to stabilize the loss. This is very, very important. So when the cost price is sitting at 100% and the situation is of loss, then the selling price would also have to be reduced in accordance to the loss it has made in terms of percentages. Okay, in terms of percentages. Now moving directly to the questions of this regard, of this sort. We're sitting at concept number 5. Loss percentage is given and we need to find out the cost price. I'll just change the color of the pen. Yep. By selling a fridge at 18,200, there is a loss of 15%. Find the cost price of the fridge. I'll pick up my same equation. TP upon 100 is equal to SP upon 100 minus loss in terms of percentages. So if 15% is the loss, this part of the equation shall turn down to 85. And then talking about the SP has already been given as 18200. Talking about the cost price, that is what we need to find out. And here is another 100 to help our equation. Okay, so the loss is already here and the equation is already set up. 5 17s are 85 and 5 2s are 20. Okay, if I try to break it down, 17 1s are 17, now 120. 17 7s are 119. Yep, 17 7s are 119, and another 10 come down to 0, another 100, 17 5s are 85. Okay, I'm considering it to be like, it's not the exact value, but we are somewhere very, very close. So 170.5 multiplied by 20, 2 5s are 1 0 would come here, 2 5s are 10, another 0 here, 2 7s are 14, 2 7s are 14 and this 15, 2 1s are 2 and 3. So 3,500 rupees. 3,500 and another, just let me help you here. Just a second. If 18,200 has a loss, 18,200 has a loss of 85% sitting in it. So 17 5s are, just give me a second, 5 17s are, and to divide it by 5 I can multiply it by 2, 3640, another one, 17 1s are, 17 2s are 34, 17 2s are 34. There is a calculation error over here, you can leave it behind. Okay, 17 2s are 34, another 24, 17 1s are 17, another 70, 17 4s are 68 and 0.2. So 2141. Okay, so 2141, 214.1, when it is multiplied by the number, it comes down as 21,410. This is the approx cost price of the fridge, and the cost price is higher than the selling price because he has incurred a loss. Okay, I'll just be removing this portion of it, and the entire calculation is the same only. Here on the left hand side. Okay, moving on. The selling price of an article is rupees 616. If the loss percentage is 30%, then what is the cost price of the article? I'll be again using the same formula. CP upon 100 is equal to the loss percentage. The loss percentage is 70% over here, because I'm just skipping a step, because 100 minus loss percentage would give you 70, and then 616 needs to be placed here. Okay, so 7 ones are 10 should be gone from here because of cutting it here. 7 ones are 7, 7 eights are 56, 7 eights are 56. So the cost price comes down to be 880 rupees. Okay, so this is the answer over here. It's simple concept based and simple formula based questions. You need not worry a lot about them. Again, another formula coming in. If in a transaction, when a loss is incurred, given in percentages, and the CP is given, SP is calculated by this formula. This is nothing but CP calling itself 100% and SP crying because of loss. 100 minus loss. So it's telling, if you need to find out the SP, what you need to do is the SP would be equal to 100 minus loss multiplied by CP, 100 minus loss multiplied by CP, whole divided by 100, whole divided by 100. Okay, this is nothing but a rearrangement of formulas. That is why it has been introduced as a concept. Okay, moving on. A shopkeeper buys 80 articles for 2400 rupees and sells them for a loss of 240, of 10%. Find the selling price of one article. Okay, what I can do is I can first find the CP of one article. I'll first find the CP of one article, then I would take it to the SP of one article. Okay, so what is the CP of the first article? The shopkeeper is buying 80 articles for 2400 rupees. Okay, 0 gone with 0, 8, 3 are 24. So 30 rupees is the price that the shopkeeper is paying to buy the article himself. Now he's incurring a loss of 10%. 10% loss is being incurred. I would put it back to the same question. CP upon 100 is equal to SP upon loss, and the loss is of 10%, so I would put 90 over here. Okay, so the CP what we have is 30. So 30 upon 100, 30 upon 100 is equal to SP upon 90. So the final value comes down here to be 27 rupees, which is the SP. Okay, so what I did here was I used the CP of the first article, then reduced it, then reduced it by 10%. Why did I reduce it by 10%? Because there was a loss happening. Because there was a loss happening. Okay, moving on. In the same concept 6, we have the cost price of an article being 2650 and the loss percentage is 16%. Then what is the selling price of the article? What is the selling price of the article? The cost price is 100 and the selling price has to face a loss. I'm using the same equation over and over again. Okay, so the CP is 2650 and upon 100 is equal to the selling price which I need to calculate, and it is sitting at 84. Why is it sitting at 84? Because 100 minus 16 is equal to 84. Okay, so this is 21 This is 25. 25 ones are 25. I divided both the sides by 4. Okay. I use the factor of 4 to to cancel out 100 and 84. 100 would be cancelled out at 25, 84 would be cancelled out at 21. Okay, and now I'm using the factor of 25. 25 ones are 25, another 150. 25 ones are 25, another 150. We would have a 0 over here in the middle, and then 150 should come off at 6. So 106 multiplied by 21 should give me the selling price. Okay, so 21 6 are 126, 6 ones are 6, 6 2s are 12. Yeah, 126. 1 would come here, the 0 would remain here. 21 ones are 21, so 1 would be added. 2226. 2226 would be the SP. It would be the SP according to the same equation. We have already talked about it in the previous chapter, in the previous slides, that this simple formula, you can apply it at multiple places. Okay. Now there is a theory of successive profits. Okay, a theory of successive profits. There can be a theory of successive losses as well. Like A is under the profit and B is under loss. So the equation would come out as A minus B minus A into B upon 100. We have done it in the concepts of successive percentages, of successive increases or successive decreases. So we've already done it in the chapters of percentages. You may refer it from there as well. Just a second. Okay, so you may refer the same from there as well. Moving on to the next slide. We can do it with the help of ratios as well. Okay, what we'll be doing is we would be using ratios for it. Okay, it's much easier to use ratios and some other concepts of percentages to solve such questions. Okay, A sold an article to B at 5% profit and B sold the same article to C at 6% profit. Calculate the profit in the whole transaction. Calculate the profit in the whole transaction. Okay, so according to the formula, it says A plus B plus AB upon 100. So the way would be 5 plus 6 plus 5 into 6 upon 100. 11 plus 30 upon 100 is equal to 11.3. Okay, so the answer is 11.3%. This is the transactional profit. The other way to solve it is this: A to B to C. If there was a profit of 5%, then I can say that B had 20 and A had 20. A bought the article for 20 and he sold it to B for 21. And he sold it to B for 21. And now talking about the profit between B and C, there was a 6% profit. So I'm assuming that B bought it for 50 rupees and he is now supposed to sell it to C. So the answer is going to be 53 because of the 6% profit. Because of the 6% profit, the answer is 53. So what I'll be doing here is I will be shifting the 21 to this side and I'll be shifting the 50 to this side. Now 50 multiplied by 20 is 100 and one extra 0 because of all the 3 zeros. Then 21 multiplied by 53. 21 3s are 63. 6 carried. 21 5s are 105. and 1113. So 1113 and 1000. So 1113 minus 1000, 1113 minus 1000, and the profit comes out to be 113 or 113, 11.3%. Okay, the total profit in the whole transaction is 11.3%. This my method is a little longer. This method has already been given in this particular PDF is particularly short. Loss percentage is given. If the successive loss percentage is given, then we are just supposed to tinker with the sign of minus. Okay, everything would be done in the terms of profit only, but we'll be using the signs of minus in the end. This is all what it is talking about. It's talking about like minus a, minus b, or we can have a minus a outside, then a plus b plus ab upon 100 percentage when both are going into loss. Okay, so Ramu sold a toy to Raju at a loss of 15%. At a loss of 15%. Then Raju sold the same toy to Shamu at a loss of 20%. If the cost price paid by Ramu was 200 rupees, then find the amount paid by Shamu. Okay, we'll be following the same concept. There have been two successive losses. Minus sign would remain outside. 15 plus 20 plus 15 into 20 is 300, and upon 100 would become 3. So this is 33. No, this is 35 plus 8, 35 plus 3, 38. So minus 38%. Minus 38%. So what we need to find out is amount paid by Shamu. Okay. If 100% was the amount paid by Ramu and the value comes out as 200 rupees, then the final price paid by Shamu would be 38% less or 62% of the final amount. So 62% here, he needs to pay 62%. 62% by multiplied by 200 would give me the answer as 2 2s are 4, 2 6s are 12. Okay, so 124 would be the answer. 124 would be the answer. Okay, now there is a possibility of mixed successive profit and mixed successive loss. Okay, so we'll have to follow it accordingly. A sold a mobile phone to B at a gain of 25%, so plus 25, and B sold it to C for a loss of 10%, so minus 10. Twenty-five ones are 25 fours are 4 by 10 is 2.5. This is 15. 15 minus 2.5, so it is 12.5 of profit. Okay, when I say 12.5 of profit, I assume that the cost price is 8 rupees. Why did I assume cost price as 8 rupees? Because you've done it uh, in profit and loss. Whenever there is a difference of 12.5%, we move to the factors of 8. 12.5% is the profit, so the SP would be 9. Okay, when 8 is multiplied by 12.5, it completes the cycle to 100%. That is why we are introducing a plus 1. Okay, from 8 to 9. If C has been the last person, if C has paid 5625. Then what was the amount paid by A? This is the question. Okay. 9 ones are 9, 9 6 are 54, 9 twos are 18, and 9 fives are 45. Okay. 8 6 are 48, and 48 multiplied by, now 25 multiplied by 8 is 200. So 4800 plus 200, it gives me the answer as 5000. So 5000 is the amount that A paid for it. 5000 is the amount that A paid for it. What I'm doing over here is just to simplify your calculations. 625 multiplied by 8. Okay. 8 6 are 48, 4800 plus 8 into 25 is 200. So that's how I came about achieving 5000 pretty soon. Okay. Moving on. Ram sells a suitcase to Mohan at 20% profit, and Mohan sells it to Sham at 40% profit. If Sham pays 1430 for it, then what was the price at which Ram bought it? 20 into 40 upon 100. This is the same thing that we've been following ever since. Okay. So the price comes out as 68%. 68% profit. So 1430 in itself contains 168. Now I need to find out the value of 100. At what price did Ram buy it? Okay. So I'll start cancelling it with the help of 2. 2 8s are 16, 2 4s are 8, 2 7s are 14, and 1 5 15. Okay. I'll just do a quick long division. I'll have to do a quick long division because this seems to be a little problematic. I can't take it by 9 because it will reach 72 and we are sitting at 71. So I'll take it at 8. 8 4s are 32 and 8 8s are 64. 64 plus 3, 67. Okay. So 43. And this is particularly half of it. Okay. This is particularly half of it. So 80.5. Right? If I'm not wrong. Yep. 8 5s are 40. Yeah. So this is basically 85. 851.19 would be the correct answer over here. Okay. This is the correct answer. So yeah, I hope that everybody got to understand this particular question. And moving on to the next question. Here, the concept says the SP of X articles is equal to the CP of Y articles. Okay. I'll first help you understand whatever is written on the slide, and then I would introduce my own method, my own simpler, much simpler method, which you can always use in these kind of questions. It says, if in a transaction SP of X articles is equal to CP of Y articles, then we are considering that the cost price of one article would be equal to K. So the cost price of X articles would be equal to Kx, and the cost price of Y articles would be Ky. Or the selling price of X articles is equal to Ky if X is greater than Y, then loss is increased. So the loss would be Kx minus Ky upon X into 100. And if there is a profit, then the above equation Kx minus Ky would change to Ky minus Kx, or Y minus X upon X. This is the profit percentage. For anybody here who loves formulas, you may directly take these formulas down and you may use them in the questions. And now, for somebody who loves to teach and who loves to understand concepts, they may follow this method. I'll just help you understand this method, but it is not a hard and fast rule that if you've understood whatever is written on the left hand side, on my left hand side over here, then you're supposed to do the same. No, you can follow your own methods. You can easily follow your own methods. Okay, so let me help you here. You are sitting at a shop and you are the shopkeeper. As we've always mentioned, that you are the shopkeeper, and a shopkeeper would not run the shop unless he gains some or the other profit out of the transaction. Okay, so I am assuming that all transactions all transactions are profitable. Okay, assuming that all transactions are profitable. I hope it is easy for you to understand what I've just said. I'll just put a power bank to my phone. Okay, all transactions are profitable. So just try to understand what happens here. When a shopkeeper is buying X articles, X into CP, then it is definitely expected that he is selling the same number of articles at some or the other cost price. Okay, so if I am buying 7 articles from the wholesaler because I am the shopkeeper, then I am selling the same number of articles to anybody who's coming to me. Okay, so I'll be selling out all the articles. If whatever I get from the wholesaler is equal to whatever I sell outside to the customers, that means I would be left with 0 articles. I will be left with 0 articles. I'm talking about articles, not money. But if I buy the 7 articles for a total of 700 rupees, okay, here I'll just give you the example. If I buy 7 articles for a total of 700 rupees, then I shall I shall be able to send the 7 articles for anything above 700 rupees, or maybe even equal to 700 rupees. Now I'm talking about transaction. Okay, now I'm talking about transaction. I'm talking about money here. If assuming that I did not sell everything for 700, I sold everything for 900. That is why I had a profit. That is why I had a profit. Okay, this is my cost price which I regained by selling the articles, and this is my profit which I was left with, and this profit is equal to my earning. This profit is equal to my earning. So instead of saying, just see how I change my words. Okay, this is almost equal to mincing my words. Mincing my words means how to say things in a more appropriate way, and in a more, how should I say, in an appropriate way, and in a way which is pleasing to others, but it will not never give you the right meaning outside. But I would try to mince my words and still give you the right meaning outside. Instead of telling everybody that I have earned 200 rupees of profit, I tell everybody I have earned 200, I have earned the cost price of 2 articles. Did you get my equation? If for 7 articles of CP, I am selling 7 articles at certain SP, and I add 2 articles CP. So this particular thing, I'll just help you out with this. Just a second. I'll reframe the equation. I will reframe the equation. Just a second. For selling 7 articles at a selling price, I am definitely getting back my 7 articles cost price. The cost price of 7 articles I'm definitely getting back. But I am also additionally getting back the cost price of 2 articles. So look how beautiful things have become. This is how I tell the world that I have earned 200 rupees, or the cost price, or the cost price of 2 articles. Did you understand how I'm playing with my words? In this similar way, the entire question lineup is going to come, and the question lineup will say that after selling 16 articles, or after just selling 16 articles, I made a profit of 4 articles. 4 articles in terms of cost price, 4 articles in terms of selling price. That is how the equation would be molded. Okay, that is how the equation would be molded. But you must understand when I say that when I went to the shop to sell 7 articles, when I went to the shop to sell 7 articles, 7 of the articles were sold at the cost price. I recovered the cost price, but also gained the cost price of 2 more articles. In this way, 7 SP is equal to 9 CP, and the ratio between the selling price and the cost price would become 9:7. Or I had invested 700 in the cost price and I had received 900 back from the selling price. And this gap of 200 rupees is my profit. This gap of 200 rupees is my profit. I hope you can understand whatever I'm talking about. Okay, moving stronger towards the question. Okay, just remember this, you are the shopkeeper. Whenever you're selling anything, you must take into account the cost price and the profit or the loss which is coming in. This sign of plus can change into minus anytime when there is a loss. I hope you get it. Moving to the next slide. A fruit vendor recovers the cost of 95 oranges by selling 80 oranges. Find the profit percentage. Okay, so I am a fruit vendor. I am selling 80 oranges. I am selling 80 oranges. And the 80 oranges is giving me the cost price of 80 oranges definitely. The cost price of 80 oranges definitely, because I have only gained profit. But the question says that it is equal to 95 oranges. So I can write here, and it is the cost price of 90 oranges. So I can write that 15 cost price was my profit, or much more simply, 80 CP is equal to 95 SP, 80 SP is equal to 95 CP. Much easier than before. I'll just put it in this way, the equation format. The SP upon CP is equal to 95 upon 80. Now 15 is the difference between these two, and the cost price being 80, so the cost price shall remain in the denominator, and the profit, this difference is nothing but the profit. Now 15 being the profit, multiplied by 100, 24s are 25s are 5 5 25 is 75, 75 by 4, 75 by 4 shall amount to 4 ones are 4, 4 eights are 32, 18 3 by 4%, 18 3 by 4%. I hope you understand this pretty well, pretty easy. Okay, you just are supposed to catch hold of these two equations. You're supposed to catch hold of these two equations. This is the first equation which you should have gotten, which you should have got easily, pretty easily, and this is the one which is just one tiny step ahead of whatever I have taught. Okay, just one tiny step ahead, that you should predeterminedly know. It should be predetermined in your mind that 15 CP is the profit. Okay, do not be afraid if you see that 15 SP is the profit. Okay, this equation number 2 will settle everything that is going wrong. Okay, moving on. Another question. You may read the question, pause the video, read the question. The selling price of 34 articles is equal to the cost price of 38 articles. Simple. 34 SP is equal to 38 CP, SP upon CP is equal to 38 upon 34. The gap between the two is 4. So it's asking me about the gain percentage. This is nothing but the profit, 4 upon 34, 4 being the profit, 34 being the cost price. We have to play in ratios. We should not move towards the absolute values unless it is extremely important. Okay, multiplied by 100. Okay, I'll just cut it using this. 17 by 200, 187 if I'm not wrong. 187 plus 13 would become 200 divided by 7. This comes out to be 1117 by 13. This is a completely unnecessary step. You can skip it completely. You can do your regular 200 upon 17. I actually had to move from this step to the above step just in order to think more clearly, because I was sure that 17 would definitely come in the denominator, but that knowledge is not taking me anywhere. It's not landing me to a job because all the options have 17 in the denominator. So I have to find out a denominator, which I have to find out the complete fraction to be to be relevant enough to make it 200. So 17 into 11 is 187 plus 13 would be automatically become 200. So this is where I just checked myself. Okay, this was a checkup point, and you have to do this complete fraction and you have to change it to mixed fraction. Okay, you have to change it to mixed fraction. Okay, I hope everything is clear. This was a decent good question. Moving on. Now this is another way of talking about the same concept. We are now sitting at concept number 9, and this is another way in how the last concept number 8 was taught. It says, if in a transaction the profit is equal to cost price of y number of articles, then the cost price of article would be ky, the cost price of article x would be kx, and the profit would be equal to sp of articles minus cp of articles. Profit is nothing but selling price minus cost price. This is something very clear. Profit is equal to nothing but sp of articles minus kx. So in this entire formulation, the sp of the same number of articles, the sp of x would become kx plus ky. Anybody who's very comfortable with the formulas, you may read this and you may take this down. But according to me, this entire concept is nothing but a pseudo image of concept number 8. Okay, this concept is nothing but a pseudo image of concept number 8. We are again going to stick at our thrones, again going to stick at what we stand for. The sp is equal to cp, and anything which comes here should come here as well, then plus minus profit or loss. We are not concerned. Okay, selling price is equal to cost price or plus profit. Selling price is equal to cost price minus loss. Okay, so I'll move on. Answering the questions really helps you reach a point, where you can understand the concept. In mathematics, reverse engineering works really well. If you teach a student how to solve a question, then it is not really necessary for him to understand the concept. If he can solve the question, then he will automatically gain the concept. Okay, he or she will automatically gain the concept once he answers the question. The question says, on selling 18 pence at rupees 660, there is a profit equal to the cost price of 4 pence. What is the cost price of 1? What is the cost price of 1 pen? Okay, so we are not going to look at this 660 for now. We will use it at the end. Okay, this we will use at the end. Now talking about selling 18 pence. If he is selling 18 pence, then he should be receiving 18 pence, the amount that he spent on 18 pence. Okay, but he talks about a profit over here which is equal to the cost price of 4 pence. This is the profit, this is the cost price, and this is the SP. Just see, we are again doing nothing but doing elementary maths over here. So it shouldn't be a problem for you, but if you still have a problem, do drop down your comments. We will help you as much as possible. Okay, the 18 SP would definitely garner back the 18 CP, but an additional 4 CP would come to you. So what is the cost price of the pen? If we are already given the selling price, we can easily achieve the cost price provided that we have a relationship between the selling price and the cost price. And how do we achieve and how do we attain the relationship would be 18 SP is equal to 18 CP plus 4 CP. Okay, so this becomes 22 CP is equal to 18 SP. Now SP to CP shall become 22 is to 18. Now I will help you understand this in a very shortcut way. 22 as a proportion is given as 22 as a proportion is given as 660. So this means 30 is multiplied. This means 30 is multiplied, then only 660 could be achieved. So proportionately 30 must be multiplied into 18 as well to find out the value of CP. That means answer here is 540. 540 is the cost price of 18 pence. 540 is the cost price of 18 pence. So the cost price of 1 pen would be 540 divided by 18, cutting it down to 30 rupees. So the cost price of 1 pen is equal to 30 rupees. Understood? Moving on. A train dealer gets the cost price of 60 bananas by selling 40 bananas. What is the profit? So you are the train dealer, you are the one who's selling it. So you sold 40 bananas at some selling price and you got 60 cost price out of selling those 40 bananas. So the SP upon CP shall stand at 60 is to 40. I hope you are getting it. Okay, this would go in the denominator, this would go in the denominator, and this would also go in the denominator, and this is how we achieve this equation. As soon as you're hitting this equation, you are almost at par, like very clear, very close to the solution. So SP upon CP, there is a gap of 20 here, which is equal to the profit. Now 20 upon 40 into 100 equals 50%. So the answer stands here at 50%. Okay, I hope this is easy, this is doable, this is very good. So moving on. Again, now talking about concept number 10. They are just playing with the concept of SP being equal to CP plus X or plus profit, or SP equal to CP minus loss. Okay, this is the only thing that you have to follow. Just remember this equation. You might never need to learn any new formula, but for anybody who really likes the formulas, you may note it down. In a transaction, the profit is equal to selling price of a few articles. then the profit would be equal to the selling price of the articles minus the cost price of the articles. But the selling price of X articles has already been assigned to XK. So XY is equal to KY is equal to KX minus selling price of the article. So minus cost price of the article. So cost price of X articles is equal to KX minus KY. Okay. So whatever I have taught you in concept 8, 9, and now concept 10, trust me, if you just remember the simple equation, you just have to remember that the number of articles being sold have to be juxtaposed right next to the word CP. It has to be juxtaposed right next to the word of cost price. Also, the profit has to be juxtaposed right next to the CP or the SP as explained in the question. Got it? So this is how things will work for you. By selling 25 meters of cloth, a trader gains by 5 meters of the selling price. Then what is the trader's profit percentage? Whatever I am teaching over here has evolved from the simple formula of SP being equal to CP plus profit. Okay, we are not moving in any direction which is against what I have taught. Now, what has been sold? You are the trader. You have sold 25 selling price of a few meters of cloth. Okay, some meters of like 25 meters of cloth has been sold by you. And have you gained the 25 cost price back? The answer is yes. You might have. You might have, because it's talking about profit. Okay, but how much have you won? Whatever you've won is 5 meters of selling price. So plus 5 meters of selling price is what you have won. One means profit. This stands for accumulative cost price, and this stands for accumulative selling price. Can you see how I am relating the two? How I am relating the two? By having a very simple equation of selling price being equal to cost price plus profit, I am able to derive the answer to some question which might be tricky for other people. What is the trader's profit percentage? So I am going to solve it a little more quickly. Okay, the 25 CP remains here, and this plus SP becomes minus 5 SP. So 20 SP is equal to 25 CP, and SP upon CP shall become 25 upon 20. There is a gap of plus 5. The plus 5 shall be rewarded, but under the influence of cost price. So this becomes a gain of 25%, which is the final answer. I hope you understand whatever I'm talking about. Moving on to the next question. I want you to read the question, take 10 seconds, read the question, and we'll be back on it. If anybody would like to have water, please drop a comment. We'll send you water bottles. This is not a promise. This is just a proposition. Okay. A shopkeeper bought 20 chairs for 18,000 rupees. On selling them, he had a gain equal to the selling price of 4 chairs. The selling price of 4 chairs has been gained by him. What is the selling price of each chair? This is the question. Again, going down to the most basic equation which I have taught you. The shopkeeper has bought 20 chairs and he's going to sell them. So let's assume that he's selling off the 20 chairs. Is he gaining money on that? The answer is yes, he's gaining money on it. So the cost price is definitely coming back. What else is going to come back along with the cost price? On selling them, he had a gain equal to the selling price. This is the gain of selling price of 4 chairs. This becomes our profit. 20 CP becomes our cost price and 20 SP becomes our selling price. We are again at the standard point where we define that selling price is equal to price plus profit. Selling price is equal to cost price plus profit. So 20 SP is equal to 20 CP plus 4 SP. The 4 SP shall move towards the left hand side. 20 minus 4 is equal to 16. So the 16 SP is equal to 20 CP. Okay. I can definitely cancel them out, but I don't wish to because I want you to see how, in a very raw way, you can learn things and you will still get good answers with it, like good and easy answers. The difference here is 4, which is also equal to the profit. The cost price was 16. No, 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 no. Just give me a moment. We're not talking about profit. We're talking about the selling price of one share. We have gotten, we have gotten this very beautiful output, that is the ratio between the selling price and the cost price of the chairs. So the cost price of 20 chairs is equal to 16,800, is equal to 18,000. Okay. So the cost price of, or I'll first just try to figure it out in a different manner. I'll reduce the fraction. I'll reduce the fraction to 5:4. So the 20 chairs cost 18,000 rupees. And we are talking about CP here. Okay. CP of one chair is equal to 900 rupees. CP of one chair is equal to 900 rupees. Now, moving one step further, if the CP here, I'm using this ratio here. If the value of 4, which is also the CP, is equal to 900, then what is the value of 5? It would be 900 divided by 4. I'm using nothing but unitary concept, unitary method. Okay. 5 nines are 45. 4,500 divided by 4, which shall come down to 1 ones are 1 fours are 4 ones are 4, 4 ones are another 4, then 100, then 25. So 1125 is the final answer. 1125 is the selling price of 4 chairs. I hope you're able to understand in what flow and in what direction we are solving the question. Okay, moving on again. If in a transaction, okay, this is now concept number 11. This is concept number 11 now. And here again, we are talking about nothing but loss in terms of selling price. Loss in terms of selling price. What happens in terms of loss when you calculate it in terms of selling price? The selling price is equal to cost price plus profit, or the selling price is equal to cost price minus loss. Here, the loss would be given in terms of selling price. Okay. The formula junkies, you may note down this formula directly, but the ones who have understood my concept of SP being equal to CP plus profit and SP also being equal to CP minus loss in different terms, we in the last concept, in concept number 10, we talked about the profit being in terms of selling price. And here in concept number 11, we are learning to have the loss in terms of selling price. So there's not much of a difference. There is only a small difference of plus and minus. Okay, so this is how you can differentiate concepts. Moving to the questions directly to help you understand better. On selling 38 balls at rupees 2240, there is a loss equal to the cost of 6 balls. The cost price of a ball is equal to what? We have to achieve a point where we can find out the relationship between the selling price and the cost price.
We have to achieve a point where we can find out the relationship between the selling price and the cost price. Once we have the relationship, then it is nothing but a unitary method that we have to follow. It is nothing but unitary method that we have to follow. So come along, I'll help you solve this question. 38 balls were sold. I'm expecting that the money of 38 balls came back, the cost, but there was a loss. Unfortunately, there was a loss. The loss is equal to the cost price of 6 balls. 6 cost price. So it is asking me to tell the cost price of one ball. I'll quickly solve it. 38 SP is equal to 32 CP. 38 SP is equal to 32 CP. So CP over SP is equal to 32 over 38. There is a gap of -6. Okay, do we need it? The answer is no. I'm just showing you that -6 is nothing but loss. Okay, so if we have 38 balls at the price, now first will check. Okay, 2240 and 38. This is the selling price of one ball. Okay, so 19 twos are 38, 19 ones are 19. Are we reaching somewhere? I don't think so, but I'll still keep going. Just a second. We're talking about SP. We're talking about SP. The value of SP is not 38. The value of SP is 32. Okay, these are very small beautiful errors which come out during practice times, and they should not be committed by you during the main exam. Okay, so 16 twos are 32, 16 ones are 16, 16 fours are 64, 140. So the answer here is 70. The answer here is 70. So the cost price of one ball needs to be found out. Just a second, just a second, just a second. We're talking about selling 38 balls. When 38 balls need to be sold, 2240 shall be the selling price. Okay, this shall be the selling price. Now this selling price is also equal to 32. This selling price is also equal to 32, but there is a ratio of 38 which has to be brought into the picture. So there is supposed to be a ratio of 38 which has to be brought into the picture. 38 would get cancelled by 38, and 32 is divided here. This would give me the answer of the cost price. So the cost price of a ball is nothing but, it's nothing but 70. Okay, so 70, which we've calculated over here, is the answer. Got it? Do you want me to do the question one more time? Selling price is 38. I believe in the, see, if we are still talking about we're still talking about this, that there is a loss equal to CP of articles. There is a loss which is equal to CP. This is the profit is equal to SP of article, and here the profit is equal to CP of article. Profit is equal to CP of article. Profit is equal to SP of article. Loss is equal to CP of Y articles. Loss is equal to CP of Y articles. Loss should be equal to SP of these articles. Okay, just let me figure out this question one more time, because I feel there is some small error which might be hampering us to reach the correct answer. Okay, the 38 is equal to the SP. There is a loss equal to when 38 balls are again sold, there is a loss. Loss is equal to 6 CP. The loss is equal to 6 CP. So the CP would become 32, and the SP shall have 38 as its coefficient. The value of CP is SP is 32, and the value of CP is 38 in terms of proportions. And once I have achieved this value, what do I need to do? 38 balls are sold at 2240. Whatever value comes over here, whatever value comes over here should be given in the proportion of 32, and whatever value I need to find out should be given in the proportion of 38. So the answer is definitely going to be 70. So we are correct. Okay, now we've done the same question thrice by doing one single question. So in any sort of practice sessions, when you see your teacher getting stuck, I don't really think you should bother much. You should still remain focused, because the teacher shall be doing the same question at least 3 times, so as to help you, understand where he went wrong and where you might also go wrong. Okay, moving on. A shopkeeper is incurring a loss of cost price of 4 pence while selling 20 pence to Ajay. Okay, now it's going to narrate stories of purchasing pens at 10% less price. Had he sold 20 pens to Ajay at 25% more than the selling price, then how much percentage of money would he have gained? How much percentage of money would he have gained? Okay, so we are going to break down the problem into two parts. First, when he's selling and whatever he's achieving, and then the hypothetical part. Okay, so we are first going to focus on the real part. What does the real part say? A loss has been incurred which is equal to the cost price of 4 pence while selling 20 pence to Ajay. So 20 SP was the time when things were being sold. 20 cost price is something that was achieved, but there is a loss. The loss is denoted with minus. The magnanimity or the proportion of loss is equal to the 4 CP, equal to 4 CP. So I need to achieve a relationship between selling price and cost price. This would give me 16 CP, and so SP I have skipped one step. I hope you would understand why I have skipped the step, because I think it is easier. I think it is definitely easier to make this thing work. I'll break it down. 4 fours are 16 and 4 fives are 20. So this is equation number 1, which we have already achieved. Now, if the shopkeeper had purchased the 20 pence at 10% less, okay, 20 pence were purchased at a price of 5 rupees, but 10% less. 10% less means 90 upon 100. Okay, 10% less means 90 upon 100, and he had sold Ajay the same at 25 more the selling price. So 20 pence were sold to Ajay at a cost price, at a selling price of 4, and 25% higher was expected. It was 100 and 25% higher was expected. Then how much percentage would he gain? How much percentage of money would he gain? Now this has come in absolute cost price, and this has come to absolute selling price. Why has this happened? Because this is this has been derived from the relationship of the selling price and the cost price, and I have molded this in a manner that my answer would come out to be within absolute range. Okay, start cutting it off. 21s are 25s are 5, 25s are 25 fours are 100, 25 fours are 100. Also, this entire thing would get cut, and this would be the answer. The cost price being 90 and the selling price being 100, I have a profit. I have a profit of 10 rupees. Now this profit of 10 rupees was gained at an absolute CP of 90, which when multiplied by 100 would give me the simple answer 11 by 9% or 11.11%. So this is my correct answer. For everybody who might not have gotten the concept of absolute, I will explain it to you again. What was happening in reality, this entire thing is happening hypothetically. Okay? This entire thing is happening hypothetically, and this is something which is happening in reality. When he is selling 20 pence, he is getting the CP of 20 pence, but with a loss. It means he's not getting the 20 CP completely. The loss here is being denoted as 4 CP. So this is the loss, this is the cost price, and this is the selling price. The selling price, the cost price, and the loss. We have everything over here. So the selling price and the cost price have now achieved a ratio. From the first equation, from the above equation, and we have named the ratio as the first equation. If the selling price is equal to 4 rupees, then the cost price would be 5 rupees. So there is a loss, there is a definite loss of 20%, as I can see over here. So in the absolute sense, what it is saying is, if I am buying 20 pence, if he had purchased 20 pence at 10% loss, this is equal to 10% loss. And what is the CP actually? The actual CP is 5 according to this point. Then again, according to this point, what is the actual SP? The actual SP is 4. What is the number of pens that were bought? Again 20. At what proportion were they bought? They were bought at 25% hike. They were bought at 25% extra. So this is how we roll. This is how we came down to the conclusion that he had invested 90 rupees in the business and gained 100 rupees out of the business. If his investment is equal to the cost price, the 10 rupee difference that is between 90 and 100 can be termed as profit. It can't be termed as profit, it is actually profit. So if it is termed as profit, then 10 upon 90 into 100 gives me 11.11%. Gives me 11.11%. Pretty much sorted. Moving on to the next point. This is almost the same thing which we've already spoken about. Here the loss is nothing but equal to the selling price of Y articles. If you would go down to this concept, the loss in terms of selling price, I've actually taught loss in terms of selling price here itself, but here in this particular topic, in concept number 11, it was saying that loss is equal to CP. So again, trust me, you can give it any name, you can hold the year from here, and from this hand itself. But the formula always stays, the standard point always stays. The standard point says SP is equal to CP plus profit. So all the formula junkies can note this down if they want to, or they can come my way. And what does my way say? Just remember one equation, derive all the things in the exam. It's not at all tough. It's very easy. Okay. Moving to another good question. Kamla purchases 80 articles at 1180 and sells them at a loss equal to the selling price of 6 articles. What will be the selling price of one article? What will be the selling price of one article? Check. All good. I hope you've read the question. Moving on. Moving to the question. He has purchased 80 articles and he is ready to sell them off. So when he has an SP of 80 articles available to him, he is gaining or he is losing some money. 80 CP is equal to 80 SP when there is no profit or no loss. But it talks about having some sort of loss. It talks about having some sort of loss. Sells them at loss equal to the selling price of 6 articles. Okay. So there is a loss minus selling price of 6 articles. minus 6 SP. 80 SP, 80 CP, 6 SP. Okay, so taking it over there, 86 SP is equal to 80 CP. Wait a minute, I am not using a bright color. Just let me help you again. Okay, 80 SP is equal to 80 CP minus 6 SP. This is according to the question, and the final output which we achieve from this particular equation becomes this: SP upon CP 80 upon 86. 80 upon 86. Now we already have a relationship established between the selling price and the cost price. Okay, we already have a relationship established between the selling price and the cost price. So what to do now? What to do now? We have it's asking you about the selling price of one article. Okay, as we already have the cost price of 80 articles, which is equal to 11180, we can get the cost price of one article. 11180, 4 2s are 8, 4 2s are 8, 31, 4 7s are 28. Are we going in the right direction? I think we are. 4 2s are 8, then 31, 4 7s are 28, again 3, 38, 4 9s are 36, again 2, and then I think a 0.5 shall be available here. Or yeah, okay. So it is 279.5 upon 2 is the cost price of one article. Now I'll quickly use this as well. This is 40 by 43. If the value of 43, which is the CP, stands at 2795 upon 20, then the SP shall be standing at 2795 upon 20 divided by 43, which is the value of CP, divided by 43 multiplied by 40. 20 ones are 20, 2s are 43, ones are 43, 6 are 6, 7s are can't work, 6 are this. Okay, 43, 6 are this, and it's a 5 in the end, so I'm assuming it will definitely get cancelled by 5. So the selling price of one article comes down as 130 rupees. So the answer to this particular question is 130 rupees. Okay, you may tally the question, you may tally the answer, and you may come back if you have any doubt. Okay, Dilip purchases 90 articles for 13230 and sells them at a loss equal to the selling price of 8 articles. What is the selling price of the article? Okay, what is the selling price of the article? I'll quickly make you go through this. He is selling 90 articles. The answer is yes. Is he gaining something out of it? Is he at least gaining the cost price out of it? The answer is unknown. But he talks about a loss. What is the loss equal to? The loss is equal to the selling price of 8 articles. I have 8 articles and their selling price is what I'm losing out. Okay, the selling price is what I'm losing out on. Moving the 8 from the right hand side to the left hand side, it comes as 98 SP is equal to 90 CP. Again, SP upon CP is equal to 90 upon 98. Checking it at 45 and at 49. 45 and 49. Are we facing a situation where there is a loss? The answer is yes. It is talking about CP of 90 articles to be 13230. The CP of one article would be equal to 13230 upon 90. Is it going to be divisible by 90? 3 plus 2, 5, 5 plus 4, 9. The answer is yes. It will be divisible by 90. So 9 ones are 9, 9 fours are 36, 9 sevens are 63. So 147 is the cost price of one article. Okay, 147 is the cost price of one article. So 147 is equal to the cost price of one article. The proportionate value of CP is 49. That is why I wrote 49 in the denominator of 147. Okay. Now I need to find out the SP. The proportionate value of SP is equal to 45. The relationship between SP and CP was achieved only to witness the final answer, only to encounter the final answer. 147 upon 49 divided by 45. Okay, let's do it. 49 ones are, 49 threes are. How did I do it? There is a 9 in the unit digit, there is a 7 in the unit digit. There is a good possibility that they should cancel out each other. 9 threes are 27, and 2 would be here. 3 fours are 12, plus 2, 147. So easy peasy. 3 multiplied by 45, 3 fours are 12, 12 plus 15, 120 plus 15, it's 135 rupees, which is my answer, option B. Option B. Okay, moving ahead. A man bought toffees at 3 rupees, at 3 for 1 rupees. Okay, uh, this there is a decent concept. Okay, we are going to play with the quantities now. How many toffees for a rupee must he sell to gain 50%? Okay, let's assume the 1 rupee, let's assume the 1 rupee is nothing but 100 paise. So for 100 paise, he bought 3 toffees. For 100 paise, he bought 3 toffees. He must achieve a gain of 50%. This means he has to sell everything for 150 paise. Okay. Now, if 3 toffees are sold again for 150 paise, that would lead him to a 50% profit. That would lead him to a profit of 50%. So if I cancel it out, 3 ones are and 3 50s are. So 1 toffee SP, this is the selling price that we're talking about. 1 toffee SP is equal to 50 paise. Now he's asking me how many toffees for a rupee should be sold. So the answer is multiplied by 2. The answer here also would be multiplied by 2. So 2 toffees SP is equal to 100 paise, and this is our answer. The answer is 2. Okay, the answer is 2. This is another way which we can think of. He has bought 3 toffees here. No, you ignore this point. You just focus on this. This might be a little longer, but this method would never let you down. Okay, this method would never let you down. As I would never let you down, this method also would not let you down. Okay, moving on. In buying versus selling, either bring quantities to be same, or bring cost SP to be same. Okay, so you got it. Either bring quantities to be the same, or bring the cost or the selling price to be the same. The oranges are bought at 11, or this is the CP of oranges, 11 for 10 rupees, and they are SP, they are sold for 10 for 11 rupees. What I can do here is either I should find out the cost price of one orange, which might be a little difficult because the answers would come in points, or I can equate the quantities. If whatever I am buying from the wholesaler and whatever I am selling to my customers, if that is equal, that means I must be having the basic difference between the two monies. The two monies means the money which was here on the left hand side and the money which was here on the right hand side. The money on the left hand side was the money I paid to get the oranges, and the money on the right hand side is the money which I gained back. So this becomes a much easier game to play. The money game is easier to play as compared to playing the quantity game. So always assume money even if it is not given, to come to a final conclusion which is easy, which is appropriate, which can be learned. Okay, so I am going to equate the quantities by multiplying the first equation by 10 and multiplying the second equation by 11. If I multiply the first equation by 10, I'll just take my words back. Just a second. I would tell you why. I'll firstly erase this 0. Just a second. Just another second. I need a blue pen for this. Okay. I'm multiplying it by this. This is 10 and this is 11. 110 and 100 rupees. Here if I multiply by 11, this is this and 121. Just look at how beautifully I worked it out. So for the same quantity of oranges, there was a profit. There was a profit. The profit is equal to SP minus CP, which we've been learning since the beginning of time, and 121 minus 100. 121 minus 100 gives me a profit of 21 rupees. The profit of 21 rupees cannot be marked right away because it never said that the cost was 100 or something of that sort. Okay, the cost price that we have over here, the cost price that we have over here is 100. So 21 divided by 100 multiplied by 100 would give me the answer as 21 21%. So a gain of 21% is the final answer. Okay, got it? Moving on. Quantity, CP. CP1, CP2, CP3. All of them are mixed together. They are sold together with some profit or with some loss. Okay, so it usually happens with raw mangoes, ripe mangoes, and the mangoes which have gone bad, which are the rotten mangoes. I might have attracted some copyright issue had I said raw tomatoes, ripe tomatoes, and rotten tomatoes. Okay, kindly tell me the reference of rotten tomatoes which I'm using here. Raw mangoes, ripe mangoes, and rotten mangoes. Let's assume that they were bought for 100 rupees, they were bought for 120 rupees, and they were bought for 70 rupees. Okay, they together, if I buy 1 kg of this, if I buy another kg of this, and I buy one more kg of this, I will have an average cost which comes out to be something. Okay, I will just increase this to 130 just to ease down my calculations. 100 into 1 kg, 130 into 1 kg, 70 into 1 kg divided by 3 kgs, and this would give me an average of 100 rupees per kg. Okay, this is 100 rupees, this is also 100 rupees, and this is also 100 rupees. The average would come out to be 100 rupees. But if I mix them up, and I give out a new price which would be 150 rupees kg, 150 rupees kg, then the gap of 50 rupees would become my profit. The gap of 50 rupees would become my profit. Okay, moving on. Am I audible? Check, check. All good. You can take maybe a 10-second break. Be I'll just drink a sip of water and you can focus on the question till that time. Anybody wants water, please go for it. It's very important and necessary to drink water. All right, coming down to the question. I hope you've read the question. A shopkeeper bought 20 kg of sugar at 45 rupee per kg, 25 kg of sugar at 50 rupee per kg, and 35 kg of sugar at 40 rupee per kg. He spent off 450 rupees on the transportation of and other expenses. He mixed all the three types of sugars and sold the entire stock at 52.5 rupees per kg. What is the profit in the entire transaction? Okay, what is the profit in the entire transaction? Now let me take you through the total cost. Okay, this is the first variety, this is the second variety, and this is the third variety. There might definitely be easier ways to solve this question, but we will go the old school and a little long as compared to all the other ways. The 20, 25, and 35. Okay, for 20 kg, 50 rupees per kg, or uh, 25 kg, 50 rupees. No, no, no. This is for 45. I am again using the wrong color. Just a second. Okay, this is for 45. This is for 50 and 35 kg for 40. Okay, I'll just find out the full cost quickly. Just this is 40. This is 1400 rupees. Okay. Now 1400 plus 900 is 2300. 2300 plus 200 would be 2500. 2550, 3550. So 3550 is the total sugar cost, and plus 450 were the extra charges. The extra charges included transportation and other expenses. So this came out to be 4000 rupees. This came out to be 4000 rupees. Now against this 4000 rupees, what is the total quantity of sugar sold? Total quantity. That will give me an average. Because in the end it is talking about average only. So the average here would be 4000. I'll just take things to the left hand side. 4000 divided by adding all these three up. the summation of everything on the left hand side would be 32, 50, 70, 70 plus this is 80 kg. Okay, I just forgot to add the units to them. You need not do everything in detail in the exam. This is me teaching you, that is why I have to do it. 80 kg is the quantity and 44,000 rupees is the price. This by this, then 8 5s are 40, 50. So 50 rupees per kg is the cost price. 52 and a half rupees kg, 50 kg per 50 rupees per kg, basically 52 and a half rupees per kg is the selling price. 2.5 rupees per kg is my profit against a cost price of 50 rupees. If you are strong enough and if you are bold enough, then I would request you to find out the profit for me. I'll give you 3 seconds. 1, 2, and 3. The answer is 5%, because 10% of 50 rupees would be 5 rupees and half of that would be 5%. Okay, 5% is the profit percentage. This is the profit and this is the cost price. Got it? Moving on. Money bought an AC for 12,000 rupees and paid 400 for its transportation. Then he sold it for 14,000 rupees. That's a good profit. And find his profit percentage. Okay, I'm talking about the cost price here. Cost price is 12,000. Added cost, this is extra. Added cost extra is equal to 400 rupees. 004124400. This is the added cost. This is the new CP. Okay, this is the new CP, 12,400, and he sold it for 14,000 rupees. He sold it for 14,000 rupees. 12,400, 600 would make it 13,000, another 1,000, so 1,600 rupees is the point. 12400 would be the new CP. 1,600 shall be the profit, and this is how we would reach this point. Okay, would we be able to cancel things out? Let's do it with 4. 4 4s are 16, 4 3s are 12, 4 31s are. Okay, so 31 ones are 31, ones are 31, and 90. I won't be able to reach 90 because I have 31 twos are. That gives me 62. Now 90 minus 62. If you're able to follow my calculations, just try to read my mind and just see where I am. Okay, I am at 62 and there is 90. There is a gap of 28. There is a gap of 28. And that gap of 28 can be increased to the gap of 280. Okay, to the gap of 280. Then 280 needs to be divided by 31. If I go for a 9, it will give me 279. So 12.9% would be the approximate guess. So 12.9% shall be the answer. This is a division process which I went through in my mind, and I wanted you to read it. You wanted you to understand where I am, because I believe if you would also directly cut things from the table of 31, you would not have to do the long division method. Got it? Moving on. Equal cost prices of 2 or more articles. Okay, so if the cost price of 2 articles are same and the selling price is different, then you can add the cost prices, you can add the selling prices, whatever the difference is, this is going to give you the profit or the loss. Okay, you can add both the losses, you can add both the cost prices, you can add both the selling prices, and whatever the difference comes out to be, it is going to be your profit or loss. Okay, moving on. A man bought 3 articles at 6,000 rupees each. 6,000 rupees each. 1, 2, and 3. He sold the articles respectively at 15% profit, at 12% profit. Okay, this is plus, and 15% loss. Then the total percentage of profit he earned was. This is more of a logical question than solving it. If there is a 15% loss and there is also a 15% profit, then these two quantities shall be equal. These two quantities shall be equal. And for spending 6,000 times, 6,003 times, he would have to divide the 12% by 3 parts. So the 12% profit that he is actually earning from this needs to be divided by 3 parts because he is having 3 goods, he is having 3 articles. So the final output that he is achieving out of this transaction is equal to 4%. For the ones who don't understand this method, I'll take you to the easier method. 6,000 rupees each, 15 6 are 90. So 900 is the profit. 12 6 are 72. 720 rupees is the profit. Again 15 6 are 90. 900 rupees is the loss. If I sum up all of them, 720 is the profit. 720 is not the profit for 6,000 rupees anymore. 720 is the profit for 18,000 rupees now, because we have added all the profits. We have added all the profits multiplied by 100. 2 and 2, 1 and 1, 18 4s are 72. So 4% is the answer. Okay. So when you have the CP to be on your side, it's easier to solve the problem. Okay. SP is also easy, but not as easy as the CP. Moving on. A shopkeeper bought certain number of apples for 3,600 rupees. He sold 1/5 of them at a loss of 10%. 1/4 of the remaining apples were sold at a loss of 5%, and 2/3 of the rest at a profit of 15%. At what price should he sell the remaining apples to earn a profit of 27% overall? Okay, 27% overall. Now, first of all, let me try to equate the quantities first. Let me try to predict what could be the bigger number. What could be the bigger number out of which these number of apples have come out? Okay, so let's look at this method. 1/5, 1/5, 1/4, and 2/3. 5 fours are 20, 20 fours are 23s are 60. So assuming that 60 apples were there, assuming that 60 apples were there, 1/5, 1/5 means 12 apples. 12 were sold for 10% minus 1/4 of the remaining means 48. 48 were remaining, 1/4 means again 12 more. They were sold at a loss of 5% minus 2/3 of the rest. 12 plus 12, 24. 24 when subtracted from 60. 24 when taken out of 60 would give you 36. Out of 36, 2/3, 24. So at what price should he sell the remaining apples to earn a profit of okay, this was sold at profit. The 24 apples were sold at a profit of 15%. 15% profit. He needs an overall profit of 27%. Okay, he needs an overall profit of 27%. What are the remaining number of apples? 12. Sorry. So I'll tell you what is the total loss percentage. According to this figure, I'm supposed to have 27% overall. But this is, I'm already sitting at minus 120, minus 60, plus 15 4s are 60, 15 2s are 30, 360, plus 360%. I'm multiplying the two. I'm doing nothing here. 180, so I'm sitting at 180 positive. I'm sitting at 180 positive. Now, what am I actually supposed to sit at? I'm supposed to sit at 27% of 60. 60 is the entire quantity. 6 sevens are 42, 6 twos are 12, 12 plus 4, 16. I'm supposed to sit at 1620 positive. Because there has already been a lot of loss. That is why this number is seeming to be very, very inflated. I have to subtract 180 from it because that is the positive which I am already sitting at. This x needs to be answered. Okay, 4 would come here and 5, another 4, and this. Now to achieve another 1440 positive, I have 12 quantities which are remaining, 12 number of apples which are remaining. So this comes out to be 120%. This comes out to be 120%. This means that the apples which now need to be sold are supposed to give me a profit of 120%. Then only I will be able to compensate for all the big losses which I have already seen. Coming to this point that I need to settle at 120%. At what price should he sell the remaining apples to earn a profit of 27% overall? Now, if 60 apples are bought for 3600 rupees, the 12 apples were bought for how much? 720 rupees upon 5 upon 5. 720 rupees is the cost of 12 apples. This is the cost price. If the cost price is equal to 100, then the selling price needs to be sitting at 220 because of the 120 rupee profit that we are 120% profit that we are talking about. So 720 multiplied by 220 divided by 100, 0 with 0, 0 with 0, 2 2s are 4 and 2 sevens are 14. Just a second. 792 into 2. Okay, so the answer is 792 into 2, which is equal to 2 2s are 4, 2 9s are 18, 2 sevens are 14, and 1584. This is my answer. Okay, so this was a pretty long question. You can use small proportions that you can assume this to be 1, this to be another 1, this to be 2, and this to be 1. You can do that. And while doing that, these answers shall be pretty less. And while again considering 27% of 60, you won't have to go this long. You would just have to consider 27% of 5 had you already decided that these quantities being equal in size, they can be cancelled out. Okay, this is the longest ever method that you'll ever see, but for the student who doesn't understand much, if he can focus just 10 minutes of attention of his to this area, he'll be able to understand what are the roots of this question. And the ones who are just a tad bit smarter would be able to understand of how I cancelled out all the 12s from the 60 apples which I had assumed in the beginning. This 60 apples came through this area. 5 plus 5 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 3, or this was basically the LCM of 5, 4 and 3. Okay, this was the LCM of 5, 4 and 3. I hope it's pretty much understood. I am moving on to the next concept. Uh, all right, now we've moved to concept 16. Concept 16 is not much different as compared to concept 15. The only difference that you would find in concept 16 and concept 15 is that the quantity or the cost price that we are paying of the items is now basically in bulk. Okay, the items are being bought in bulk now, and that set of items is distributed across multiple selling prices: selling price 1, selling price 2, selling price 3. So more than the actual concepts of profit and loss, we would see more concepts of um, averages being used over here. Okay, average is going to be a more important chapter as compared to profit and loss in the upcoming questions, because whenever a quantity which is bought in bulk but it is sold at different selling prices, at that moment we have to realize that we need to come down at one selling price, because we are already sitting at only one CP. The CP is only one, but the selling prices are multiple: SP1, SP2 and SP3. So as we will have this problem of multiple selling prices, we need to arrive at one single selling price, and that can only and only be done with the help of averages. Okay, that can only and only be achieved with the help of averages. So we'll have to focus in that direction. Okay, I hope everybody is with me and on the same page, and the other concepts of profit and loss all remain the same. Profit being profit upon CP into 100, and loss also being loss upon CP into 100. Okay, these concepts are not going anywhere, only averages would be introduced new. So coming with the questions, the cost price of two articles A and B are in the ratio of 4 is to 5. Okay, if let's assume A was bought at 400 rupees, so 5 was B was bought at 500 rupees. Okay, so this is how the ratio would be calculated. We won't be assuming values so easily. I will be taking you through the core question only. I do not wish to assume values right now, because assumption of values doesn't really lead you anywhere. Okay, it's better you focus on the core concepts, and that is how we will take it forward. While and this is the CP ratio, the cost price ratio. This is A, this is B, this is A, this is B. Now, the gain which was received on by selling A was 10%, and the gain which was received on selling B was 20%. Now, I need not know the absolute values of A and B in order to know the new ratio of selling prices. What do I mean by that? Even if I'm assuming that A was sold at 10% extra, I can simply multiply this 10% with the ratio of A, with the ratio unit value of A, which is 4. So 10% of 4 is equal to 0.4. And now adding it to the SP, because CP plus profit is equal to SP. The CP that we have over here is 4. The profit that we have is 0.4 because of the 10% that we've gotten. The final SP would become 4.5, 4.4 would become 4.4. So this option becomes 4.4. Then again the sign of ratio, 20% of 5. 20% of 5, 20% of 5 is 1. So 5 plus 1 is 6. So we have gotten the new ratios, that is 4.4 is to 6. Now it says that the difference between the selling prices that we have over here is 480 in absolute terms, because it says 480 rupees. Now the rupees term is in absolute value, because I told you every time you find a currency symbol, you're supposed to assume that this is the absolute value, because you cannot go anywhere beyond that. You can never go beyond the currency value. So you have to sit at the currency value and call it the absolute value. So 480 is the absolute value, and the unit value, which is the difference between B and A, that means 6 minus 4.4, that is equal to 1.6. After dividing the absolute value with the unit value, you will achieve at a quantity which can easily be multiplied anywhere. It can be multiplied with 4, it can multiply it with 5, it can be multiplied with 4.4, it can be multiplied by 6. That way you will receive absolute values of all places. You will receive absolute value of all places. So 1.6 divided by 480 brings you at 16 threes are, so 300. 300, okay. 16 ones are 16, 16 threes are 48, 30, and one more zero would go there. So 300. So we already have the absolute value. Now it's talking about the CP differences between B and A. The ratio difference between B and A, the ratio difference between A and B is 1. And the value of 1 unit that we have calculated over here is equal to 300 rupees. So the answer here is 300 rupees. I might have really elaborated and extended on one problem, but trust me, this is how we have to roll. Okay, this is how we have to roll. Moving on. Sukhveer purchased some perishable items for sale, but 30% of those items could not be sold and went bad. However, Sukhveer managed to sell the rest of the items at a price that helped him earn an overall profit of 19%. At what percentage above the cost price of each item purchased by Sukhveer did he sell each of those items that did not go bad? Okay, it might be a difficult problem to understand in the end, because it has been broken down into multiple different statements. See, this in itself in a way is a very long statement, but essentially what he is talking about is that at what percentage did he sell the good items? Did he sell the good items at what profit percentage? At what profit percentage, so that he could achieve 19% of profit overall? Okay, so let's start off the question heading straight to the place, the point. So we have perishable items which are for sale, and let's assume that we have 100 perishable items. Why did I choose 100? Because of the sign of percentage. Okay, we already have a sign of percentage, so 100 is where we start off from. So out of those 100%, 30% items went bad, but 70% items remained good. 70% items remained good. So out of this situation, he sold all the 70% item at some profit percentage, which is unknown to us right now. But in the end, he comes to us and says that he has achieved a 19% profit overall. We've achieved a 19% profit overall. So as you've received a 19% profit overall, it means that 119% profit, or 119 was the selling price. But in reality, the goods that were sold were only 70%. If I assume that each and every good was costing 1 rupee, so out of 100 rupees that was a part of the cost price, the real cost price became only 70 rupees. 30 rupees were went in loss, and 119 rupees were received in the end, and the investment that was done was only 70 rupees. So the difference between the SP and the CP in absolute terms, in terms of rupee as well, is 49 rupees. This 49 rupees was had a foundation to it, had a cost price to it, and this 49 rupees of profit had a cost price attached to it, which was 70 rupees, multiplied by 100. This brings us to the equation of P upon CP multiplied by 100. So 7 ones are 7, 7 sevens are 49. So this 0 would get cancelled with this 0. So the answer is 70%. Okay, the answer is 70%. Did you like it? Did you like the way we solved it? I really hope you did. So moving on. Uh, Concept 17, it talks about sold at different SPs and to find out overall percentage profit and percentage loss. A shopkeeper bought 40 pieces of art of an article at the rate of 50 per item. He sold 35 pieces at 20% profit, and the remaining 5 pieces were found to be damaged, and he sold them with a 10% loss. Find his overall profit and overall loss. There are two ways of doing it. The first way is going with the cost method. In the cost method, what we would be doing is we would be taking out the actual CP. The actual CP is 40 into 50, that is 2000, and then going ahead. And the second way of solving the same problem is by average method. Just give me a moment. Is by using average method. So what happens in the average method? In the average method, you have to calculate that if two items, I have already talked about this in concept number 16. If the investment if the investment was against 40 units, and the output which came out and the output which came out was split in two areas, which is 35 and 5, then instead of using the standard principles of profit and loss, you can use the principles of average. So we'll be using the principles of average first. Okay, so 40 items were bought, 35 were sold at some profit, and 5 were sold at some loss. When I talk about some profit, I talk about plus 20% profit. When I talk about some loss, I talk about minus 10 loss. So, coming down to this point, if I'm going to take a very good assumption, which is taken by most of the people for using profit and loss, for using averages. Okay, always take the bigger number in percentages and say that I'm assuming the entire average is hanging on 20. Okay, the entire average is hanging on 20. Now there is an average which is going to pull it down, and the average is in minus. Okay, so what is the gap between 20 and minus 10? What is the gap between 20? The real gap between 20 and 10 is only this much. If I talk about 20 and minus 10, so the gap has increased. So when I subtract 20 from minus 10, so it is 20 minus minus 10, or 20 plus 10, which is equal to 30. So there is a 30% gap which has been created by 5 units of material, and it is now showing its output on 40 materials. Okay, the 30% gap has been created by 5 units of the material, and now it is showing its results on 40 items, on all the items. So multiplying the two, 3 5s are 15, 15 upon 4, 15 upon 4 is 3.75. So plus 20 and minus 3.75, the answer is 16.25%. The answer is 16.25%. Okay, this is the overall profit. Okay, I hope you understand where I'm coming from. I hope you understand where the entire story is going. Okay, moving to the next question. What does the next question talk about? A person purchased 10 boxes of grapes costing rupees 200 per box. So this question has a little bit of an error. So I'll just fix that error. It is not rupees 200 per box, it is rupees 2000 per box. Okay, so 10 boxes of grapes were sold at 2000 rupees per box, and each box contained 20 kg of grapes. He sold each box at the rate of 2500 rupees per box, but on the whole 10 kgs of grapes were damaged. Further, he paid rupees 1000 as transportation charges. Find the gain or loss. Find the gain or loss. So let's just understand where we are going. I need to calculate the gain or the loss. Firstly, let me find out my investment. The investment or the cost price. Okay. So I have purchased 2000 rupees per box and I have purchased 10 boxes. So I have invested 20,000 rupees. So I have invested 20,000 rupees. Now I'm going to sell the box at 25,000 rupees, 2500 rupees, and I will be selling all the boxes. So if I'm going to sell all the boxes, I'm going to get 25,000 rupees back. So this is a very open and shut case. That okay, we have a profit of 5,000 rupees, but but there are two catches that we need to catch. There has been a loss as well, and you'll ask me where. So the first loss is due to damage, and the second loss is due to transportation. The first loss is due to damage, and the second loss is due to transportation. When I talk about the first loss, damage, it says that 10 kg grapes were damaged. It says 10 kg grapes were damaged. If I talk about one box has 20 kg grapes and it costs rupees 2000. If I talk about 10 kg grapes, it costs rupees 1000. It costs rupees 1000. Simple maths, elementary maths. Okay, we are doing nothing but using the unitary method. So 20 kgs in one box is equal to 2000 rupees. 10 kgs is equal to 1000 rupees. So the first damage is equal to 1000 rupees. What about the second damage? The second damage is very clear. The second damage is equal to the transportation price, which has already been mentioned in the question on the left hand side. If you see here very clearly, 1000. Okay. So these two damages, these two costs are loss. Okay, you would not be able to recover it right away. So 25,000 is the money minus 1,000 minus 1,000. Okay, so you have this entire loop. You have this entire loop. 25,000 minus 2,000 rupees is equal to 23,000, and it is now asking us what is the absolute value. Now it is asking us what is the absolute value of profit. In the beginning, you invested 20,000 rupees, and at the end, you're getting 23,000 rupees. So in option E, which is not given because all the above options are not correct, the answer is 3,000 rupees. The answer is 3,000 rupees. Okay, I hope you get it. I hope you get it really well. So pretty good. Moving on. This this wasn't really a really long question to solve, but as I have to explain it, you will have to understand that this is a little long. Okay, moving on. Concept 18 again is a very basic concept. It just talks about the CP of two values and the SP of two values. Then you have to find out an overall profit and overall loss. And the overall profit and overall loss can be known only when you have one CP and you have one SP. So you do have to do nothing but add these quantities. Okay. It will be much more clear if we go to the question directly. There you'll know what I'm trying to talk about. Aditya sells two wrist watches from his personal collection for 12600 each. Okay. Uh, Wristwatch 1, wristwatch 2, wristwatch A, wristwatch B. See, my wristwatch, I would never sell it. Okay, I would never sell any wristwatch from my personal collection. Um, okay. The secret is I have three wristwatches. No, five. No, seven. Okay, coming back to the question. 12600 and 12600. Okay, 12600, 12600. This was the selling price of the wristwatch. Selling price of the wristwatch. Now, we definitely would have to reach the cost price of the wristwatch, but the selling price of the first watch, there's also one more error that we need to correct here. There was a loss on the second watch. Okay, there was a loss on the second watch. So the gain is 26% on the first watch. This has 26% in plus, and this has 10% in minus. Okay, using the 100 thing over here so as to reach the SP. The SP in terms of percentage is 126% for A, and the SP in terms of percentage is 90% in terms of B. Why is it 126%? Because it is profit, so 100 plus 26%, and this is loss, so 100 minus 10%. 100 plus 100 minus 10 and 100 plus 26. Okay, so we've reached this value. So when uh, the, this is the SP, when 126% is said to be equal to 12600, it is said to be equal to 12600, then what is the value of 100%? The value of 100% would be 10,000 rupees. We are done with the case of A. In the case of B, in the case of B, 90% is said to be 12600. What would 100% be? So, just giving the way I'm thinking, is there a value which, when multiplied by 9, gives me 126? Or is there a table out of all the tables that you have? Is there a value which gives me 126? The answer is 14 nines are 126. So, 14,000 would be the answer over here. So we have two values, 10,000 and 14,000. So these are the cost prices. You would ask me why did I use 100%? Because I had assumed that 100% is definitely the cost price. Okay, 100% is the cost price. So we have the cost prices of two watches. We have the selling price of two watches. So we just need one cost price. So we will add both of them. While adding, we would know that the investment that we did was 24,000 and the return that we got was 25200. 25200 is nothing but 12600's double. Okay, because they were sold at the same SP. Okay, people, you would now see that the difference between the cost price and the selling price is 1200 rupees. So the 1200 rupees is profit because there is a positive difference. Out of 1200, this was based on 24,000. So multiplied by 100, this gives me a profit of 5%. Okay, again, seems to be a long question, but when you do it for your own examination, then you would know that this is very much doable under 1 minute. Okay, moving on. The cost price of the milk is increased to 62 from 60 rupees. The cost price of the milk is increased from 60 to 62. The milkman sold his milk at 10% profit earlier. It means when the guy was selling his milk, when the guy was selling the milk at the milkman was selling the milk at 10% profit, the cost price was sitting at 60. Now the cost price has increased. The cost price has become 62. So if he sells the milk at the same price, if he sells the milk at the same price, then tell me what is the rate, what is the profit percentage now. Okay. So here I'm sitting at 60. Here I'm sitting at 60. I need to I'll just first calculate what is the selling price of the milk. 60 is the cost price. I need to calculate the selling price of the milk. So giving a 10% profit, a 10% profit of 60 is equal to 6 rupees. Okay, so this would be added here and 66 rupees is the answer. 66 is the selling price. There was a 10% profit earlier. Now the cost price has changed to 62 rupees. The cost price has increased to 62 rupees. Now, as the cost price has increased itself to 62 rupees, the selling price is still remaining the same. So the profit now seems to be less. The profit is 4 rupees. Now I need to find out against this 4 rupee, I would have to fix a cost price. The cost price is no more 60 rupees. The cost price is now 62 rupees. The cost price is now 62 rupees. Now I'll be using the long division method because the values are very close. Okay, the values are pretty close, so I'll use your long division method. The long division method says 62, 62 would be divided. 62 would be divided. How? 62, 5s are 6 are 7. No, not 7. So 6. 6 6 are 36 and 6 2 are 12. So 382. Yep. 6 2 6 2s are 12. 1 6 are 36. 372. This is 372. Then 28 here. Then 280. Point. 6 5s are 30. But we are sitting at 28. We have to go lower. So 6 4s are 24. Okay. So 6.45 is the correct answer. 6.45 is the correct answer. No need to go one step further. Once you find the solution, just be done with it. Okay. Now there is a concept called the concept 18b. It says if equal SPs of 2 or 3 articles are there and there is an X% profit and there is an X% loss, then if let's assume that two SPs are same, one is at profit X% and one is at loss X%, then what is the loss incurred? Then what is the output? First of all, it is definitely going to be loss. The reason is, if you see this, 10% profit minus 10% loss minus 10 into 10 upon 100. So this gives me minus 1% loss. Got it? This gives me minus 1% loss. So this is a very cool concept which you must know. If the profit percentage and the loss percentage is equal in the case of equal selling prices, then I don't have to worry. I just have to focus on one simple thing, that x square, like the profit percentage square or the loss percentage square divided by 100 would be my answer. Okay, I don't have to calculate anything. There is no need to calculate anything. Ram sold 2 bugs each at 1200. At one he gained 20% and at the other he lost 20%. Find the final gain or the loss percentage. Okay, so the loss percentage that we would have over here according to the question is 20 square upon 100. 20 square is 400. 400 divided by 100 is 4. So the answer is 4% loss. Okay, I hope you must have liked this one really well. Okay, I'll just help you remember this one more time. Two selling prices are equal and the magnitude of profit as well as loss is also equal. Magnitude of profit as well as loss is also equal. So profit, profit, loss, loss. Profit square would profit square upon 100 or loss square upon 100 would be my final answer as to when I have to calculate what is the gain or the loss percentage on the entire transaction. Okay, I hope you get it really well. Moving on, a shopkeeper earns 20% profit on his goods. He lost 20% of his goods during theft. What is his profit? What is his profit or loss percentage? Okay, we will first do it with the long method and then I will again apply the same concept which was applied in the last option. Okay, so 20% profit is being earned and 20% loss was incurred. Okay. In the case of same profit, same loss, we will always have a loss. We will always have a loss of 20 square of the, the profit or the loss magnitude percent square divided by 100, and the answer would become minus 4%. Okay. So there is a loss of 4%. Simple, understood? Moving on. A shopkeeper sold two items. The selling price of the first item equals the cost price of the second item. Okay, this is going to be a very interesting question. He sold the first item at a profit of 20% and the second item at a cost of 10%. So we are now in a situation where we will have to build a small matrix. The matrix would consider four things. Okay, the four properties. First being cost price, second being selling price, first being quantity A, and second being quantity B. So there are four things that we have to take care of. We have to first see of what cost price or at what selling price things are selling. Okay, we sold the first item at 20% profit and the second item at 10% loss. Also, the relationship is the selling price of the first item equals to the cost price of the second item. The selling price of the first item, which is 20% profit. So I am assuming that 100 is the cost price of A and 120 is the selling price of A. Now the selling price of first item is equal to the cost price of the second item. So this 120 would go here as well and become the cost price of second item. Now it says the second item was sold at a loss of 10%. If a loss is hit at 120 and that too of 10%, so it would be selling only 90. It would be selling only 90. So 90 multiplied by 12 would be equal to 108. 90% of 12 would be 108. So this is it. Now they're talking about what is his overall loss or profit percent. When I talk about his entire investment is 20 rupees. When I talk about his selling price, his entire selling price would be 228 rupees. So there is a profit of 8 rupees against an investment of 220 rupees. So this is it. We cracked it. 2 11s are 2 5s are. This is 40 upon 11. So this means 3.63 something is the answer. So it was an overall profitable case and 3.63 is the entire answer. Okay, that is the entire. Are we good? I hope we're really good. Okay, so moving on. The first, okay, again, a very similar question. The first shirt is sold at twice the selling price of the second shirt. The first shirt is sold at twice the selling price of the second shirt. Then, and the first shirt is sold at 8% profit, and the second shirt is sold at 3% loss. So, what is the overall profit which is achieved on the shirts? Okay, the first shirt is sold at twice the selling price of the second shirt. So, let me see what can be done over here. This is the cost price. Again, we will have to build the matrix and we have to very strategically place the values in the matrix. The first shirt is sold at 8%. Okay. The first shirt is sold at 8% profit. And this price is basically twice the selling price of the first shirt. Okay. And when I talk about the cost price of the first shirt, see, this equation has been established. When I talk about the cost price of the first shirt, then I have to derive it with the help of the selling price. The selling price of the shirt, of the first shirt, contains the selling price of the second shirt contains only 97% of the cost price. So I will have to do this equation. I will have to have 54 upon 97 into 100. Now, is there a way if I can achieve some point where calculation is possible? 5400 divided by 97, 9 6 are 54, but that won't work. 9 5 are 45, 5 7 are 35, 5 9 are 45. No, 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 no. This is not how it works. 5 7 are 35 and 5 9 are 45. So 485. We have 15 here. 15 plus 40 is equal to 550. Again, we will have to work it out some way. 3% loss. Another 5 would do. Yep, we will have to have another 5. 55 is it is again 485. 485 would give me an output of 65. Another point 0. 9 sevens are 63. Can 7 be used? I believe not. But 6 9 can be used. Okay, so 6 9. So I am understanding this to be 55.6, or I would ultimately consider it as 56. So 156 is the cost price which is involved, and 1, how much would that be? 162 is the selling price involved. Now the difference between the cost price and the selling price is 6. The difference between the selling price and the cost price is 6, and the cost price is sitting at 15, 156 multiplied by 100. I will ultimately have to take some of the other assumption. So this is 600 divided by 150. 150, 600, 15 4 is 60. So 4.0 something something would be the answer. So 4.07 is the correct answer. If this question reappears in the examination because of any other reason, skip it. Skip it only and only if you have 2 minutes. Then only you should solve the question. Otherwise, definitely skip it. It is not worth attempting in the exam. Okay, you can skip it all. An article is sold at a certain price. If it is sold at 70% of this price, then there is a loss of 10%. Okay, there is a loss of 10%. What is the percentage profit when it is sold at the original price? Let's assume the original price was 100. It is sold for 70 rupees. For 70 rupees, right? 70% is the cost price. Then there is a loss of 10%. It means it already contains 90% of the entire amount. Okay, but if it is going to be sold for 100 rupees again, for the when it is sold at the original selling price, what would be the profit percentage? Okay, so let's assume the original selling price is nothing but 100 over here. Okay, and this thing is not the cost price, this is the selling price. Selling price or the original selling price. If we have to achieve the original cost price, we will have to solve this entire question. So this is nothing but the cost price that we have achieved. Selling price minus cost price is going to help us to achieve the original selling price. The selling price is 100 minus the cost price is 7,000 upon 90. This is going to be 9,000 minus 7,000. That is going to come as 2,000 upon 90. So the answer to this question is 200 upon 9. Or 9 2 is 18, 9 2 18, 198, 2 by 9 rupees. No, 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 not rupees. 22 by 9 percentage is the profit. Okay. I'll help you explain I'll try to explain the question to you again. It said that the article was sold at a certain price. The certain price is 100. The certain price is 100. And when the certain price is 100, it is the original price. And this is the price it is being sold at. Then you reduce the price to 70%. You reduce the price to 70%. So this 70% price has an element of the cost price. And the element of the cost price would be accentuated only and only you put a 90 below it. And only when you put a 90 below it. So 70 upon 90 multiplied by 100 is where you're supposed to stand. This would bring out the cost price in it. Once you have the cost price with you, once you have the selling price with you, then it is easy. Then it is very easy to achieve the end goal. I believe I have just calculated the profit over here. Let me take this question again. Let me take this question again. I have profit over here and then I have the cost price over here. 200 upon 9 multiplied by cost price, 70 upon 90 into 100 multiplied by 100. This is going to be my profit percentage. Just give me a moment. I believe I might be wrong over here. This 0 is cancelled with 0. 100 is gone with 100. So 200 upon 7 percentage. This is the real answer. Okay. I'll just strike off the incorrect answer. I'll tell you why. Just a second. I have committed this mistake. I know it is definitely not a deliberate mistake. It was committed because of not reading the statement properly. And this might be committed by you as well. This is half the question solved. This because this is only going to give me the profit. Okay. I don't have the profit percentage with me. The profit percentage says profit absolute value divided by CP multiplied by 100 is the answer. Now, once this minus is taking place, 200 upon 9 is the absolute value of profit multiplied by the cost price. The absolute value of cost price is 7,000 upon 90. Now, this is supposed to be multiplied by 100 in order to achieve my profit percentage. We have three zeros here, we have three zeros here, and the 90 is also gone. So, 200 upon 7 percentage is the profit. I would really request you to read the questions really, really well because that is where most of you would make a. Moving on to the next question. I would just need a moment's time. Just a, I hope I'm again visible to the same levels as I was visible before. Just a second. Just a second. Yep. I hope I'm good now. I'm fine. Fine. Audible. Yep. All good. Coming back to the same point as I was on. As I was on. I hope this question is perfectly clear to all of you. The question is should be perfectly clear to all of you. It was not asking us the original selling price. It was asking us the profit percentage. Okay. So moving on. The profit earned by selling an article for 832 is equal to the loss incurred when the article is sold for 448. Okay. When the article was sold for 448. What will be the selling price of the article if it is sold at 10% loss? So if we have the CP with us, the CP we don't know. If we have the CP with us, we will be able to find out 10% loss and subtract it and create a selling price out of it. That is what we're going to do right now. The profit earned by selling an article for 830 rupees is equal to what? The profit is attached to it. So cost price plus profit is equal to 832. Simple. What about loss? The cost price minus loss is attached inside 448. Fair enough. It says that the profit and the loss is equal. It says that the profit and the loss is equal. So I would add everything. Okay. Addition means this is again going to be minus. So this comes out to be 1280. This is cost price plus profit minus loss. Cost price plus profit minus loss. In this particular area, the profit and the loss are the same. So the profit would cancel out the loss. And this is not one cost price. These are two cost prices, and the cost prices are same in both the cases. So two cost price is equal to 1280. Cost price is equal to 640, and it is talking about a selling price, which is also saying it very quietly. It is 10% lesser than the cost price because there is a loss. So the 10% loss would be 640 minus 64, which is equal to 6 being here, 3 and 7, 576. So the selling price it is talking about is equal to 576. Okay. This was the only Q which you were supposed to achieve. This was the only Q which you were supposed to achieve. In the examination, if you find the same question, you just have to remember this, that 832 would be added into 448 and then divided by 2. That would give you the CP. Okay. In such questions, you have to follow this method. Moving on, the percentage profit earned by selling an article for rupees 2000 is the same percentage loss incurred by selling the same article at 1200. Be it the profit and the loss being of the same magnitude, or it being the profit percentage or the loss percentage being of the same magnitude, but they are attached to the cost price, which is the same. The cost price is not changing because they are selling the same article. So be it no matter they talk about profit percentage, no matter they talk about absolute profit, no matter they talk about loss percentage, or no matter they talk about absolute loss, all of them are going to get cancelled. So this is the same question as the last question. To achieve CP, I have to add 2000 plus 1200 and divided by 2. This comes out to be 1000 plus 600, 1600. This is the cost price. At what price should the article be sold to make a profit of 20%? This means it needs to be multiplied by 120%. Or simple, I can go for the table of 12. 12 6 are 72. This is 2 over here. 12 6 are 72. And 12 ones are 12, 92. 19200. Okay. You have to elevate your maths game to a level where you don't have to do any long calculations by remembering tables more quickly. Okay. So 19200. So at what price the article should be sold? There is 10 extra which I did not consider. So 192 is sufficient. 19200 or 1920. This is sufficient evidence that you've reached the correct answer. Okay. So let me move ahead. A person sold an article for 18% loss. Had he sold it for 960 rupees more, he would have gained 12%. He would have gained 12%. Okay. So there is a loss. I'll just show you a number line. Here we have 0. Here there is a loss of 18%. When I say 18%, it is loss. Okay. I'm just considering for the heck of it that negative is on the right hand side. But negatives are always on the left hand side, just for the heck of it. Okay. So we have minus 18 over here and we have plus 12 over here. Okay. The article was sold for loss. This is the loss. He would have gained 12% had he sold it for 960 rupees more. This means that the gap between minus 18 and plus 12 needs to be accounted for. This means we are talking about 30% of cost price. 12 plus 18 is 30, and both of them are miles apart. Both of them are on the other sides of zero. So 30% of the cost price we are talking about. 30% of the cost price is equal to 960. Then the cost price is equal to 3 3s are 9, 3 2s are 6, 3200 rupees. Okay, I just skipped a step. Skipped a step. I hope everybody is here. Everybody is with me. Please wake up. I just skipped a step and I did it deliberately. CP is equal to 960 upon 30%. The percentage sign would be removed. 100 would be multiplied here. 0 with 0. 3 3s are 9. 3 2s are 6. This is equal to 3200 rupees. Got it? Sitting at 3200 rupees. If the article is sold for 3840, then how much is the profit? The article is sold for 3840. Skipping a step again. The article is sold for 640 rupees more. 640 is nothing but the profit. Then tell me about the profit percentage. Profit percentage will be calculated by 640 divided by 3200 multiplied by 100. This with this 32 ones are 32 what? 2s are 64, 20%. So 20% is the final output. 20% is the final output. Okay. So moving on. A man sold an item for rupees 33750 and incurred a loss of 25 rupees. Just dashing into the question. 33750 has an element of 75% of the cost price in it. This is how I'm achieving the cost price. Okay. And I don't need, and trust me, I don't need this 100 over here. I can operate like this. I tell you how to become extremely raw when it comes to solving such questions. 33750 has an element of only 75%. This means by looking at 75, I can come to a point, I can come to the conclusion that 25% was loss. Now I need to tell you how will I come to a situation when the profit is 25% or there is an element of 125 involved. Okay, this is the same thing which I have taught you in the past. If you have to bring the cost price equal to the selling price, you need to have equal bases in them. But as we have different values of cost price and different values of selling price, the basis would have to change accordingly. As there is a loss of 75%, I would have to have a smaller base and a smaller cost price and a smaller selling price. On the other hand, as I have a profit of 125, I will also need to have an inflated value of SP. I hope you understand what I'm talking about. Nothing here, I'll just put an X over here. 25 threes are 25 fives are, and 3 3 ones are 3, 3 ones are 3, 3 twos are 6, 3 fives are 15. This is 0 multiplied by 5, 5 zeros are 0, 5 fives are 5, 25, 5 twos are 10, 12, 5 ones are 5, 6, 5 ones are 5. So 56250 is my answer. As simple as that. As simple as that. I did not take you into any of the sale price, cost price, discount, whatever crap. I took you to a point where unitary method is used. The more and the more strongly you hold on to the unitary method, the better you will perform at the entire exam. Okay? This question was solved solely with unitary method. Please do that in the future as well. Moving on. Price change condition, both SP and CPR. Okay, this is really, really good concept. You just listen. A tea seller used to make 50% profit by selling tea at 9 rupees a cup. Again, the 9 rupees a cup has an element of 50% to it. It is over the cost price. 50% extra over the cost price is 150%, which is also equal to the selling price. So if I write 150% over here, I will get the cost price. 15 6 are 90. So 6 rupees is the 6 rupees is the cost price. When the cost of when the cost of ingredients increased, then then tea was cupped at tea was sold at 10 rupees a cup. Tea was sold at 10 rupees a cup. What is his profit now? This is the question. Okay. So firstly, the old cost price was 60, was 6 rupees, and the old selling price was 9. According to him, the the cost of ingredients has have increased. That is why he has increased his selling price to 10 rupees a cup. What is his profit now? The profit between the 6 and 10 rupees is 4 rupees. As simple as it gets. 4 rupees is the profit, and 6 rupees was the cup divided by 100. 2s are 3s are. This gives me an answer of 66.66% is the new profit. Previously, he was making 50% profit. Now he's making 66.6% profit, 66.67%. This happened because the cost of the ingredients increased, which is unknown to us. Okay, simple question, understood. Moving on. A shopkeeper sells an article for 20% profit. If he had bought it at 10% less price and sold it for 48 rupees less, then he would have earned a profit of 20%. What is the cost price of the article? This is a purely hypothetical question, and it seems to be like not doable. So you can't do it. But trust me, I will help you and I'll help you find a way to crack it. A shopkeeper sells an article at 20% profit. It means 100 rupees was the old cost price, and the new selling price and the old selling price is 120 rupees. The new selling price is 120 rupees. Now, if the new hello, check, the new selling price is 120 rupees. I'll just restart this question in order to save my time. Hello, check, check. The question that we have over here is all right, done. Thank you.
All right then. So we're back to the question. What does the question talk about over here? The question says that a shopkeeper sells an article at 20% profit. Okay. Shopkeeper sells an article at 20% profit. If he had bought it at 10% less price and he sold it for rupees 48 less, then he would have earned a profit of 20%. Then what is the cost price of the article? This question can be solved by simple unitary method. Okay. The shopkeeper sells an article at 20% profit. Okay. It means, let's assume the cost price to be 100 and the selling price has now become 120 according to the question. This is the first step. When nothing has changed, we are just reading the first statement. Had he bought it for 10% less, had he bought it for 10% less, it means he would have bought it for 90. Simple math, 90, and he sold it for 48 rupees less. Then he would have earned a profit of 20%. Now we are only concerned about this new 20%. This new 20% profit is now earned on the new CP, which is 90 plus 20%. 20% of 90 is what? 20% of 9, 20% of 90, 2 nines are 18, so the answer is 18. 18 plus 90, 18 plus 90 is equal to what? 18 plus 90 is equal to what? That is 108. Now, it says in terms of absolute money, he would have sold it for 48 rupees less. The gap between these two is 12 units. The gap between the old selling price and the new selling price is 12 units. But it says this gap is not 12 units, it is 48 rupees. So it means 1 unit is equal to 4 rupees. 1 unit is equal to 4 rupees. Now, moving on. The shopkeeper sells an article at 20% profit. What is the cost price of the article? If it is talking about the cost price, we are only supposed to find out the 100. If one unit is 4 rupees, then 100 units is equal to 400 rupees. 100 units is equal to 400 rupees, and that is the answer, my friend, that we were looking for. Okay, I hope it's understood. I hope everything is fine. Okay, moving on.
So we have this particular question over here, and it is concept number 24 of profit and loss. The question that we have here is that a shopkeeper bought 60 pencils at the rate of 4 or 5 rupees and another 60 pencils at the rate for 2 for 3 rupees. He mixed all the pencils and sold them, is basically sold them at a rate for 3 for 4 rupees. Find his gain percentage or loss percentage. In these particular questions, we are talking about the number of articles, and there is a price, there is a rate associated with each and every article. So whenever you're supposed to find out the gain or the loss percentage, do not focus on quantity, focus on money. Okay, focus on the money that you spent and focus on the money that is coming back, and that difference in itself will give you the gain or the loss. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing over here. There are 60 pencils bought in the first instance, and at the second instance as well there were 60 pencils bought. The investment was done for 4 for 5 rupees, and here also the investment was done for 2 for 3 rupees. Okay, all the pencils were mixed. That means that 120 of them were now sold. 120 came from the addition of 60 plus 60. Okay, so 120 of them were sold together at 3 for 4 rupees. Okay, so first of all I'll check what the investment was. In the first and the second case, for every 60 pencils sold, 4 of them costed 5 rupees each. All right, so 4 ones are 4 15s are 75 rupees were invested. In the second instance, 60 upon 2, 2 pencils were bought for 3 rupees each. So 2 ones are 2 30s are 90 rupees were invested. So a total of 165 rupees were invested. You can call this investment to be your cost price as well. Okay, you can call it your cost price as well. Secondly, 120 pencils were sold for 3 each, like 4 rupees for 3. Okay, so 3 ones are 3 fours are 40s are, this is 160. Now 160 rupees here is my output. Okay, my output or my selling price. So from both these points, 165 and 160 rupees, you can see the shortfall. The shortfall is nothing but 5 rupees. 5 rupees shortfall on an investment of 165. So the answer would come out to be 5 upon 165 into 100, and this would give me my gain or my loss percentage. So 5 ones are 5 threes are 5 threes are, it is 100 divided by 33, or
3 upon 33 into 1 percentage. Okay, so this is my final answer. Moving on to the next concept. Manjeet bought a second-hand motorbike for rupees 22,000 and spent rupees 3,000 on its overhauling and maintenance. Then he sold it with 12% profit. If he had sold it for rupees 500 rupees less, then what would have been his profit percentage? Okay, so uh, the initial cost price was 22,000 rupees. The maintenance was 3,000 rupees. So the final cost price, or the cost price, which is the main cost price, I'm putting a star on it. The cost price would be 25,000 rupees. This is his investment in the motorcycle. Okay, this is his investment in the motorcycle. Now it's talking about selling it for a 12% profit. A 12% profit on 2,500 or 25,000 rupees would come out to be, I'll just show you a better way of solving it. This is what is meant out of it. Okay, the two zeros with the two zeros gone. I'm multiplying by 4 above and 4 below. If I multiply by 4 above, what I would get is that 4 into 25 would give me 100, and that would ease down my calculations. And anything in the denominator which is completely like divisible by the numerator, so that's a good thing for us. Okay, so 12 upon 4 is nothing but 3. Okay, so 3, 4 3s are 12, 3,000. So there was a profit of 3,000 rupees in terms of selling it for 12%. Okay, 3,000 rupees is nothing but 12% profit. Now the question says, had he sold it for 500 rupees less, what would have been the profit percentage? I reduce 500 rupees from it. I reduce 500 rupees from it. If I reduce 500 rupees from it, I make it 2,500 rupees. Now the new profit percentage, the new profit value is 2,500 rupees. The question says, what is the profit percentage for this new profit value? So for 2,500 rupees, I would check it in this manner. The 2,500 rupees is the profit, the cost price star, or the final investment which I put in was 25,000 here multiplied by 100. So this would give me my output as 10%. So the answer over here is 10%. I hope you're able to understand. I have deliberately like elongated the entire process because this would definitely help us go through. Moving on. Now, there is a concept which I would like to teach you. The concept says there is something known as market price and discount. What happens is usually the customers don't like the honest selling price. They don't like it. Okay, they're not happy with the honest selling price. What do they rather like is they like the selling price after discount. This is what they like because this gives them an illusion, and they tend to have this feeling that we are getting the thing for a lower price as compared to the honest selling price had he not put any offers or sale. Okay, if he's putting offers and sale, then he's a good shopkeeper. If he's not putting any offer and sale and he's talking only about the honest selling price, then he's regarded as a he or she is regarded as a bad shopkeeper. Okay, because there is no discount that he's giving. So if you wish to reach, this is the cost price of the shopkeeper. Okay, let's assume that he bought something for 100 rupees. There is a selling price, there is a mark price, and there is a discount. Let's assume at a cost price of 100, he marked the article to be selling at 150 rupees. Okay, he has a straight 50% margin or a straight 50 rupee margin. What happened further was, at 150, he now thought of giving a discount of 20%. He thought of giving a discount of 20%. Now against this discount, this discount is always applicable to the mark price. Okay, remember this, discount is only applicable to mark price. Okay, it's always applicable to mark price only. So this discount would be applicable to the mark price. So 20% of 15 or 150 is nothing but 30. Okay, so when 30 rupees are reduced, the selling price now becomes 120, and this is what the customer pays. 120 is what the customer pays, and because the system has to be designed in such a manner, if you wish to see the relationship between the discounted price and the mark price, you have to go through this exercise of using this formula over here. If the value of mark price is 100, then there is a discounted price or a selling price which is 100 minus x. Okay, this is nothing but the rearrangement of the formula on the left hand side. Okay, so if the mark price is 100, then the selling price over some discount is definitely less than 100, which is equal to 100 minus x. So I hope you've understood the entire concept of cost price, selling price, mark price, and discount. Okay, when I'll take you towards the questions, then you'll be able to understand better. A person bought a book at 31% discount on its printed price. If no discount was given, then he would have had to pay 2480 more. How much did he pay for the book? So let's assume the printed price, also called the mark price, is nothing but 100. There is no discount. First of all, there is a 31% discount. So the selling price at which the shopkeeper is agreeing to sell the book is 100 minus 31. How did I arrive at this? There is a 31% discount on 100. So the 31 rupees, 31% of 100 is nothing but 31 rupees. So out of 100 rupees, 31 rupees would have to be subtracted, and this would give me 69 rupees as my mark price. Now he would have had to pay 2480 more had he not had any discount. If there was no component, if there was no component of discount, the discount right now is 31%, or in our case 31 rupees. So 2480 is the difference created because of 31 rupees or because of 31%. Now, how much did he pay for the book? They are now asking me what is the selling price of the book. Just see here, just look at here. If I multiply it by 100, then I would achieve the mark price. But it is asking me to give the selling price. Okay, it's asking me to give the selling price. The selling price that we have here is nothing but 69. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll quickly cut it out. 31 manza, 31 8s are. Now 8 9s are 72, 8 6 are 48 plus 7 55. So 5520 rupees, 5520 rupees is the selling price. Is the selling price of the book that he had to pay to take the book from the shopkeeper. Okay, I hope you're able to understand. I'll just explain it one more time. The printed price was 100 rupees. There was a discount of 31%. which gave me a discount of 31 rupees. So 69 rupees is the final selling price. 2480 hides in itself. 2480 hides in itself the 31 rupee discount which was written. So 2480 divided by 31 would give you the mark price or the 100%, but you only have to give out 69% of it. So 80 multiplied by 69 would give you 5520 as the selling price. All right. So moving on. Okay. So in this question, you read the question first. The shopkeeper buys an article at 30% discount on its mark price. Okay. So let's assume the mark price of the article was 100. The cost price for the shopkeeper. The cost price for the shopkeeper is 70 rupees. He sells it at the 5% discount on its mark price. The 5% discount that is applied to the mark price, this is the cost price, this is the selling price. The 5% discount on the mark price would give me a 95 rupee article. Okay, so we have 70 rupees, we have 95 rupees. Then if there is a profit of 65 rupees, according to us, there is a profit of 25 rupees. In the question, this 25 rupees is nothing but 65 rupees. Okay, so what is the mark price of the article? It's asking us what is the mark price, and the mark price is 100 over here. If 25 rupees, the value of 25 rupees is 65 rupees, then the value of 100 rupees needs to be found out. So if 25 can be multiplied by 4 to achieve 100, then 65 can also be multiplied by 4 to achieve the 100 rupee value. So multiplied by 4, it would give you 260 rupees. So the mark price of the article is 260 rupees. All the calculations which were done one step behind are meant for reference purposes. Reference purposes. All the calculations done over here are the real calculations. Okay, they are the real calculations. So you must learn how to identify the first part, which is the 100 rupee was bought for 70 rupee, was sold for 95 rupee. The 25 rupee profit relates to 65 rupee according to the question. When multiplied by 100, it brings us to the mark price. And the mark price, if 4 is multiplied on the left hand side, 4 would be multiplied on the right hand side as well. All right, good to go. Moving on. So we have this question in front of us. The question says that the mark price of a chair is 10% more than the cost price. So I'm assuming the cost price to be 100, and then according to the question, the mark price is 110. So if the chair is sold for 300 after a discount of 140, so we have the selling price of the chair to be equal to 300 and the discount is equal to 140. Then what will be the loss percentage? Okay, so we are basically moving in two directions. The first direction is this, which is based on assumptions. And the second direction we have, this is on real world values. Okay, these are real world values, these are assumptions. So we will have to fit in these things. The SP would be falling somewhere in the middle of the cost price and the mark price. Okay, it might be falling behind the cost price as well, because it is talking about the loss percentage. So let's see where we are actually headed to. If I add the selling price and the discount, so the mark price would become selling price plus discount. We will get the mark price out of this. So accordingly, the mark price is nothing but 300 plus 140, which is equal to 440. Okay, so these are assumed values, these are real values.
Okay, these are real values. So we are sitting at 440. Okay, I just committed a small error here. This is nothing but 440. 440. Now, after a discount of this has been given. The selling price is 300 rupees. The selling price is 300 rupees. Now, let me see where we are actually headed. If we have the mark price to be 440, so 4 was multiplied in it. Similarly, if we talk about this cost price, 100 and 110 are related by the assumption that we started off with. 100 and 110 are related by the assumption that we started off with. So we will multiply the 4, which was multiplied in the mark price as well as in the cost price. So if I multiply it by 4, then I would get the real world value of the cost price, which is nothing but 400 rupees. 440 is the mark price and 400 rupees is the cost price. Okay. So we have reached the value of cost price, but after rereading the question, if the chair is sold for 300 rupees, that means the selling price is 300 rupees. So after something which costs rupees 400, we are selling it for 300. So according to this question, according to this situation which we've achieved in the end, this situation of 400 being the cost price, 100 rupees being the loss money, multiplied by 100 would give me the loss percentage. And according to this, the loss percentage is 25%. So the final answer to this question is 25%. Okay. I would want you to reread the question once with me and then move on to the next question once you've read it. The mark price of the share, I'll just change the pen color. I'll just change the pen color so as to tell you where I actually am. We started off with the cost price being 100. This is the universal assumption that we take in almost every question. The mark price was 10% more. 10% more than 100 would give me 110. If the chair is sold for rupees 300, this is the chair. It is sold for rupees 300 and a discount of rupees 140 has already been given. So what we did in this step over here is we added the selling price as well as the discount so as to reach the mark price. Once the mark price was reached, there was an equation. There was an equation that we settled. The equation is 110 and 440. 110 and 440. There is a multiplication of 4 that we could see from the assumed world to the real world. We are supposed to multiply by 4. So we did the same in the case of cost price. From the assumed world, we came to the real world by multiplying things by 4. Once we were sitting at 400, we saw, according to the question, that the selling price was 300. We saw that there was a 100 rupee loss going on. The question had asked for the loss percentage. So in the loss percentage, I kept 100 over here. I in the cost plus price, I kept 400 in the bottom in the denominator, multiplied by 100, and this finally reached 25%. All right. I hope everybody is able to understand and everybody is well versed about what I'm talking about here. Okay. Moving on. A shopkeeper marks his goods at a price 20% higher than the cost price and allows a 10% discount on every item. Find his gain percentage. So, again, we'll be using the same things: cost price, selling price, mark price. The cost price is 100. According to the question, the mark price is 20% higher than the cost price. Mark price is 120. There is a discount which is of 10%, which has been allowed on the mark price. The discount would always be applied on the mark price. Okay. So 10% of 120 or 90% of 120 would reach the selling price. If this is 100%, this is supposed to be 90%. So 9 twos are 18 and 9 ones are 9. another one 108. So the selling price is nothing but 108. Now the question has been asked to tell me the gain percentage. This was the question. Out of all the noise that you can see around here, which is the discount and the mark price, there is this ray of silence, or like an area of silence, which will give you the final answer. The area of silence has this concept that every time there is a profit, the profit is SP minus CP upon CP multiplied by 100. This formula stands for the formula of profit percentage. That is what has been asked, gain percentage. So the value of profit percentage is 8 upon 100 multiplied by 100, which is equal to 8%. Simple, simple enough. So this is how we are supposed to do things. Okay, moving on. After giving 10% discount on an article, there is still a profit of 10%. What will be the profit percentage when no discount is given? Here, I will be employing the techniques of ratio so as to establish a relationship between the cost price, the selling price, and the mark price. Okay, so let me see of where I can get the entire concept into. This is the cost price, this is the selling price, this is the mark price. Okay, so firstly, there was a 10% discount given on an article. There was a 10% discount given on the article. So if the mark price of the article was 10, then the selling price of the article was 9. This denotes my 10% discount. Secondly, there is still a profit of 10%. If the selling price is, there's a profit of 10%. If the cost price is 10 and the selling price is 11, so this denotes a 10% profit. This denotes a 10% profit. Now, the question is, what will be the profit percentage when no discount is given? First of all, these all values are in different ratios. Let me unify the ratio and bring things out. This 9 would shift here as well. This 11 would shift here as well. So according to my analysis, the mark price is 110, the selling price is 99, and the cost price is 90. Okay, I'll just denote things over here: cost price, selling price, and mark price. Okay, this looks like 5, but this is S. Okay, this is the selling price, cost price, selling price, mark price, cost price, selling price, mark price. Now, the question is being asked here: what is the profit percentage? What is the profit percentage when no discount is given? In the position when no discount is given, then the mark price would become the selling price. Okay, I'll tell you how and why. The selling price was 99 before. Now, no discount is being given. The selling price has increased and it has reached 110. 110 is the mark price and 99 is the selling price. So, in this situation, the discount is equal to 0. Okay, when the mark price becomes the selling price, the discount is equal to 0. Or simply, or very simply, I am buying something at 90 and I'm selling it at 1110. So, profit percentage needs to be calculated. The cost price here is 90. The selling price, new. Okay, it is 110. The difference or the profit that I can see is 20. The profit percentage that I wish to calculate is 20 upon 90 multiplied by 100. So every time you have this situation where you have 9 in the denominator, you will get 11 in the numerator. Okay, because the value of 100 by 9 is nothing but 11.11, 11.11. Okay, it is nothing but 11.11.
11. So I'll be multiplying this 2, which is left over, by 11.11, and my final answer would come out to be 22.22 percentage. I think we're good to go. Absolutely. So let's move on. Now this is talking about successive discounts. We have already done the successive discounts wala thing. So a shopkeeper discounts a discount. Sorry, a shopkeeper announces a discount of 48%, and there is a further discount of 15%. What is the final sale price of a sofa that costs rupees 29600, and what is the discount? Okay, what is the discount? First of all, let me reach the discount percentage. Let's assume the mark price of the article was 100. Okay, and then a discount was offered. First, the discount is minus 48, and the second discount is minus 15. So there would be a plus over here, plus because there are two minuses, 15 into 48 upon 100. 5 3s are 15, 5 20, 5 2s are 10, 2 24s are, this is 7.2. Okay, plus 7.2 and minus 48 and minus 15. Minus 48 and minus 15 create 73. This is of minus. Now 3 gone, another 4 gone, 56, 55.8%. Okay, so 55.8% need is the discount. Okay, 55.8% is the discount. Let me check. 53, 63. Yep. So this is the discount. So it says what is the final sale price of the sofa, which is costing 29,600. This final sale price of the sofa, sorry, the final sale price has been asked. So the sofa is costing 29,600. This means that the mark price is written on the sofa is 29,600. So at what amount of money would it sell? It would sell after giving a discount of 55.8, which is nothing but 44.2. Okay, I've just reduced 100. I've just reduced 55.8 from 100. So 44.2 percentage is something which has to be multiplied by 29,600, which would give me the final selling price of the sofa. Also, if the discount is asked, the discount is 55.8%, then 29,600 would have to be multiplied by 55.8 in order to achieve the discount. Okay, I hope it is very much clear. I hope it is very much clear. Okay, moving on. A dealer marks an article 60% above the cost price and sells it to a customer by allowing two successive discounts of 10% and 20% on the mark price. Okay, I'll immediately hit the question. The cost price is 100. The mark price was already held at 16% or 60% higher, so 160. So the mark price is 160. There are two discounts. The first discount being a 20% discount. If I reduce 20% from 160, I will have to reduce 32 from the value. Why? Because 160's 20% is nothing but 32. So if I remove it, it becomes 128. From 128, if I again reduce 10%, then I will have to decrease 12.8 from it. I will have to decrease 12.8 from it. So it's going to be 115.2. I have to call it 115.2. Now, in this entire transaction, we have reached the selling price. Okay, this was the first discount, and this is the second discount. Now we've reached the final selling price. Now it says that 1064 was the gain in the transaction. 1064 is the gain in the transaction. So the difference that we can see here as a profit is equal to 15.2. Selling price minus cost price would end us up at the profit. Selling price minus cost price would give us the profit. So we've reached 15.2, and the gain in the transaction is written as 1064. So whatever have done over here is based on assumptions. Whatever we are doing down here is based on real values. The profit seems to be 15.2 from the assumption, but in reality it is 1064. If the value of 15.2 is denoted as 1064, then what is the cost price? 1064 divided by 15.2 multiplied by 100. If 15.2 is 1064, then the value of 100 needs to be found out. So this is how I'll be doing it. Just one more zero over here. Okay. Solving it out quickly. 8 ones are 8, 8 nines are 72. 8 ones are 8, 26, 8 threes are 24, and 8 threes are 24. 19 ones are 19, sevens are 133. So the cost price that I am getting out of this equation is 7,000. Okay. And that is option A. That is option A. Moving on to the next question. I hope you're able to understand what I'm talking about over here. My main focus is that you should learn, it's not you should, it's you must. Okay. You must learn how to make assumptions properly. Assumptions properly. The assumptions start off with the very standard of having 100 in the cost price. Then you have to go with the flow. You have to move according to the question. And the question said that there is a 60% gap between the cost price and the market price. So the market price was 160. There was a first discount available here. There was a second discount available there. After reaching the second discount, we reached at a quantity that was 115.2. This 115.2 was nothing but the selling price of the article. Once we've reached the selling price, we are supposed to correlate with the real values in the question. The real value says that 1064 is the profit. So out of the cost price and the selling price that was available to us, we achieved this point that 115.2 is equal to the 1064, not 115.2, 15.2, which is available to us as profit in the assumption terms, is equal to 1064, which is equal to the profit in the real terms. Okay. So if the value of 15.2 is 1064, then what would be the value of 100? And this is where the final calculation or the final leg of the entire question was fixed. So this is where we got the 7,000 as our answer, and A was the option which we ticked. Okay, A was the option that we ticked. Moving on. A shopkeeper bought 80 kgs of rice at a discount of 10%. Besides, 1 kg was offered for free to him on the purchase of every 20 kg of rice. Okay. If he sells the rice at the mark price, what would be his profit percentage? So I am assuming that he's paying 1 rupee per kg. First of all, he bought 80 kg rice. The cost price of these rice was supposed to be 80 rupees, but he actually gave 72 rupees only. Why did he give us 72 rupees? Because there was a 10% discount. Okay, so this first portion of our question has been covered. There is a 10% discount.
Also, when he was buying those 80 kg rice, he was offered free 1 kg every time he purchased 20 kgs. So he purchased 20 kgs of rice 4 times. So this means 4 kg rice free, right? So what is the amount of rice available to be sold? What is the amount of rice available to be sold? So that is 80 kgs, which was already available. He got 80 kg home, plus he got 4 kg free. So the rice available to be sold was 4 kg. What was, or 4 kg or 84 rupees? 84 rupees. It was available. But how much money did he actually pay? Or how much rice did he intend to buy in the amount of money that he gave? So that is nothing but 72 rupees. It was nothing but 72 rupees. So the 72 rupees becomes our cost price and the 84 rupees become our selling price. You would ask me why? Why did the selling price become 84? Because you could understand that 72 is the cost price. The question here is, in the end, he says that if he sells the rice at the mark price, selling the rice at the mark price means whatever rice that you have, you're selling it at the face value. This means that you're selling the 84 rupees rice as 84 rupees rice. But in reality, you only paid 72 rupees for the rice that you bought. So, for the 72 rupees rice that were bought, there is a profit. The profit is 84 minus 72. The profit is 84 minus 72. The value is 84 minus 72 is nothing but 12. 12 upon 72 multiplied by 100. 12 upon 72 multiplied by 100. So this is nothing but 1 upon 6 multiplied by 100, or 16.67%. So the profit in the end that we've achieved is 16.67%. Okay, I'll just run you through the same question one more time so that it just ingrains in your brain completely. I assumed that each and every kg of rice that was bought is equal to 1 rupee per kg. When 80 kg of rice were bought, the cost price was not 80 rupees but 72 rupees, because there was an element of 10% discount. Further, the further there was, after a purchase of every 20 kg rice bought, 1 kg was received free. So for every 20 kg, 1 and 1 kg came free. This means 4 kg of rice came free. So this did not reduce my cost, but rather gave me more quantity. This did not reduce my cost, but it rather gave me more quantity to sell. So the amount of rice that was available to be sold became 80 kg plus 4 kgs extra, that is 84 kgs. Further, the amount of rice or the amount of money which we actually gave to the wholesale market guy or to the distributor was nothing but 72 rupees. We had already established 72 in the past, but we established 82 right now. So this gap of this is there is a multiplication sign. No. There is a minus sign in the middle. Okay, there is a minus sign. I'm sorry to just take you off track. There is a minus sign. I just can't bear it. Okay, so we got 84 right now. 72 we had already established. The gap is 12. The 12 gap was taken, would have 72 in the denominator. So 12 upon 72 multiplied by 100. 1 by 6 multiplied by 100. 16.67 is my final answer. Okay.
Moving on. This question is a typical question and not a difficult one, but definitely a typical one. Okay. Which of the following schemes allows a maximum discount percentage to the guy? Okay. So, one very standard formula which I'll give you is to have this with you all the time. Okay. This is the separation boundary between the numerator and the denominator, this line in red. Okay. Everything that is in the denominator, everything that is in the denominator is equal to the total quantity bought or brought home. Everything that is above the denominator is equal to the freebie received. RECD is received. Okay. So the freebie would be in the numerator. Total quantity bought would be in the denominator. Freebie received, total quantity bought. Got it? So we'll be applying it in all the three schemes, in A, in B, as well as in C. C is a successive discount question, so this would not be very much relevant. We can simply do 24 plus 18 minus 24 into 18, but let's stick to what we have just received in terms of getting freebies. The total items gotten home were 10 in this case, 6 plus 4 leading to 10, and the number of items gotten free were 4 multiplied by 100. This gives me 40% discount. Got it? Similarly, 10 items were bought home and 5 items were received for free. So this gives me 50% discount. Finally, there is 24 and 18. There is 24 and 18. As we were still focusing on the same question, the total quantity is equal to 10 and the quantity received for free is 5. So the discount over here is nothing but 50% discount. Okay, we have a 50% discount over here. Now two successive discounts of 24 and 18. So this value is going to be 24 plus 18 minus 24 into 18 upon 100. Okay, I would have loved to do the calculations, but the problem is it's an option based thing. And also in the option base, they don't have any absolute values. They just want to know which discount is the highest discount. Okay, already have a clear winner that this 50% is the highest discount. So only B would be the answer. But just to be a little safe, we'll check this. Okay. Once there is a 24% discount. Second is there is a 32, there's an 18% discount. 24 plus 18 is nothing but 42. Now the 42 would further be lessened by this particular term. So we already have a clear winner, which is 50%. So the answer is only B. Okay. Moving on. A shopkeeper sells rice as at 10% profit and uses weight 30% lesser than the actual measure. Okay. So let's assume that he has 100 rupee worth rice. He is selling those rice at 110 rupees. But instead of giving 100 rupee worth rice to the customers, he is only giving 70 rupee worth rice to the customers. Okay. So this is nothing but profit percentage. This is nothing but, I won't say a discount percentage. This is cheating percentage. This is cheating percentage. Okay. So he is only spending 70, but he is receiving 1110. What is the actual gain percentage? Okay. So out of a 70 rupee investment, there is a 40 rupee gain multiplied by 100. When you do this, you get to know that 14.28 is equal to 1 by 7. Okay, 100 upon 7 is nothing but 14.28. Okay, when 4 is multiplied to 14, the answer comes out to be 57.
another 4 is multiplied over here. There is another 1 point what 1.12. So the answer, no, 56, this is 56, 1.12. So this is 57.12 in very very absolute terms, but you would definitely find the question to be hovering around somewhere 56 to 58%. So the value on the most accurate grounds is 57.12%. Okay, I'll teach you this one more time, whatever I've talked about. There is a profit which is already being made of 10%, but instead of supplying the person the entire amount of 110, he is only supplying 70. Okay, so the shopkeeper is cheating. So for a cost of 70 rupees, he is selling items at 1110. So he is making a profit of 40 rupees, which is the gap between the two, against against a an investment of 70 rupees. He's making 40 rupees profit. So 4 upon 7 would give me 57.12 rupees as profit. Okay, 57.12 percentage as profit. All right, moving on. Ours weighing machine shows 400 grams when the actual weight is 350 grams. The cost price of almonds is 880 per kg, and the packets of 200 grams are being made by the faulty machine. Why is it being called a faulty machine? Because instead of showing 400 grams, it is showing only, instead of showing 350 grams as the weight, it is showing the weight as 400 grams. So the customer is being cheated, right? The customer is being cheated. So in this situation, what will be done is that there is a faulty machine. Now, what should be the selling price so as to get a profit of 25% each? Okay, the profit is supposed to be 25%. So just let me check the price first. If there is four, if there is 350 grams of actual weight, the machine the machine is showing 400 grams. If the machine is showing 200 grams as actual weight, the actual quantity, these are grams, these are grams, these are also grams. If the machine shows a division of 2, like we put in only 200 grams of rice, 200 grams of almonds, okay, 200 grams of almonds, this thing would also be divided by 2. 350 divided by 2 would give me 175 grams of almonds. Okay, so for every time the machine weighs 200 grams, I am actually giving out only 175 grams of protein. Now the cost of 175 grams of protein is supposed to be checked. The cost price of almonds is 880 rupees per kg. 880 rupees per kg. But the cost price of 175 grams of almond needs to be checked. Right? 880 rupees for 1 kg. So for 175 grams, the cost is going to be this. And it has to be multiplied by 25% or by 5 by 4. Okay? This 5 by 4 is nothing but a 25% profit. 5 by 4. Okay, so 4 ones are 4 twos are 8, 4 twos are 8. Now this has to be multiplied over here. 5 twos are 11. This comes down to be 110. Now with this 110, what I'll do is 11 fives are 55, 11 sevens are 77, 82, 11 ones are 11 plus 8 is 92. So 192.5 should be the selling price of each packet so as to receive a 25% profit. So 192.5 is your final answer. I'll just tell you the entire calculation one more time, because there might be some people who might be bulldozed by such a question. Okay. The weighing scale is talking about 400 grams. In reality, only 350 grams of almonds had reached the weighing scale. If the machine is talking about 200 grams and I have started packing, so for every 200 gram of the packet, I'm actually putting in only 175 grams. For every 1000 grams, there is a cost price associated is 880. To check the cost price of 175, I will have to multiply it by 175. I have just jumped one extra step over here. What does the extra step talk about? The extra step talks about 25% profit. To achieve 25% profit, if I have an investment of 4 rupees, the 25% profit would be equal to 1, which is going to be added into 4, which is going to be added to 4, and it would give me 5. So 5 upon 4 is nothing but 25% profit, which I am talking about. Okay. When this 5 into 4 and the entire equation is solved, we get an answer which is 192.5, which is also one of the options. So that means we are definitely correct. Okay. So moving to the next question. Radha purchased a laptop, a computer table. All right. So Radha purchased a computer table for 10,000 rupees and a center table for 5,000 rupees. Okay. 10,000 rupees for the computer table and 5,000 rupees for the center table. She sold the computer table for 8% profit. At what profit should she sell the center table so as to gain a 10% on the whole transaction? Okay, I'll be doing it with the very raw and the most rudimentary steps I can actually follow. This is the cost price or the investment that she's making. She's making a 15,000 rupee investment. On that, she wants a 10% profit. For a 10% profit, she needs to sell everything for 1500 rupees more. Right? 10% of 15,000 is 1500. She is already selling the computer table at a profit of 8%. And 8% profit on the computer table. This is the computer table and this is the center table. Okay. For an 8% profit on the computer table, 10,000 multiplied by 8% gives me 800 rupees. This is profit. 1500 rupees is total profit. There is a gap. There is this gap which we have to fill. If 1500 needs to be achieved and 800 we've already gotten. So 1500 minus 800 gives me 700 rupees extra. This 700 rupees extra needs to be earned on 5,000 rupees of investment, which was done on the center table. If I multiply it by 100, this is how I would achieve. This is how I would achieve a point where 700 upon 5,000 is going to give me 14%. So I have to sell the center table for 14% profit. 14% profit in order to gain a full 10% profit on the entire transaction. Okay. This is the longest and the most relevant way which you should actually know in order to solve this question. Okay. No, we would not be solving it with allegation. You can learn allegation in some other question, but let this be in the most raw form possible. Okay. We're sitting at the last question of profit and loss. Zenith earns a 20%. There was a small glitch in solving the last question. So I'll just tell you what I've done over here. I'll be using a different colored pen so as to help you to understand what is going on. Zenith is earning 20% on her first investment. She is earning 10% on her. She's losing 10% on her second investment. If the two investments are in the ratio 3:5, then what is the percentage of gain or loss for Zenith on both the investments taken together? Both the investments together amount to 800 rupees. Zenith did a 20% profit on 300, which gave her 60 rupees in profit. And she made a loss of 50 rupees on the first investment, which gave her a minus 50 rupees loss. Okay. Which gave her a minus 50 rupee loss. This minus 50 and plus 60 would give her a net profit of 10 rupees. The net profit of 10 rupees which she has achieved, it was done against an investment of 800 rupees. So the 800 comes in the denominator, 10 remains in the numerator, multiplied by 100 would give me the percentage. So 10 by 8 percentage is my final answer, and 1.25% gain is translated from this 10 by 8 only. Okay. So I hope you understand. And this was the last question of profit and loss. Really happy to serve all of you, and really, really happy to make things work for you. Okay. I hope you have understood. Please comment all your doubts, all your questions, all your queries, and I'll be happy to cater them. Thank you.